think we're ready to go. I hopefully that live stream will be working now, so apologies to those who are trying to follow it live, but we will resume the hearing. Just to remind everyone, Commissioner Kirikiri is online. He's not in person today, but other than that, we've got a panel of 4 commissioners today. We have just heard from the reporting officer, Ms. Lincoln, for the Rural Specific Control Area, and we have had the opening statement from Ms. Sajal for the Eco Chapter variation. And I think we're now ready for questioning for you. So, yep. Welcome. Okay, thank you. Questions from the panel?
Yep.
You want to start? Yep.
Yeah, 3 questions and 1 comment. Just starting at your para 16 of your opening. In terms of the Ahuriri estuary, my understanding is that we'll only be mapping terrestrial areas above mean high water springs, because that's the jurisdiction of the District Council. Mm-hmm. So when might we see that map?
Yeah, we would need to, my request is that we would need the opportunity to ground truth, because in talking with Regional Council, we would need to go and check each feeding mound specific in the estuary. Yeah. So that would be dependent on that timing. I would need to talk to Paulina about timeframes about that.
Do you have any indication at all on timing, given we're at the tail end of the process?
Yeah.
Yeah, we would have to engage Jerry Chrisos to do that work. So depending on his availability, as soon as possible. So if he's available in the next couple of weeks, we would hope to have it ready by then.
Would you also need surveying input? I mean, the line of mean high water springs is the line of jurisdiction. That's not an ecological matter, that's a surveying matter. So would you be a surveyor involved?
Yes.
No.
Oh. My apologies. Jerry and I did talk about this, that he wouldn't be able to do that aspect of the feeding of the mapping. So I don't know if it would be a surveyor, but there would be a need to another person involved.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to contradict.
That is hard.
Yeah.
Maybe the Regional Council's LiDAR mapping. I'm not sure what the level of accuracy is at it, but that might be another avenue to pursue.
Sorry, just to follow up on that, sorry. Yeah. Is not the mean high water springs a GIS layer already available, I would have thought?
Not in my last conversations with Regional Council. That wasn't a layer that they had available. Only in terms of the edge of the coastal marine area, they had that, but in terms of within the coastal marine area, there wasn't that specific mapping available. Alternatively, the other option that we did consider was the previous 2019 mapping had some indicative the green areas on that map had indication of where they might be, those higher than the mean high water springs line might be, so we could use that in the interim, but we would need to get everything ground truthed.
Yeah, an interim solution is not really appropriate because it's a matter of legal definition, and if you were to have interim plans and an interim map in the district plan, you'd have to do a variation later on to change it, which is not ideal. So I guess the message is get onto it as soon as you can and get the right people involved.
Would you be able to do that through wording rather than mapping? Can we find, would that be acceptable for the panel? I mean, I don't know how the other authorities, TLAs, does it, but
I think mapping's better. It's clearer.
Yeah.
Because if you had wording that just says only areas within the upper estuary that are above mean high water springs, it doesn't really help anyone, does it? We know that. We need to know where they are. Yeah, but that'd be my view. Secondly, on the Ahuriri estuary, we're going to hear today from submitters of seeking some additional areas be made SIVHs around Pump Road and the Southern Marsh. Now, my understanding is those areas fall within the treaty redress land that will be going to Mana Ahuriri. So it's important that they're involved in that process. Have you consulted with Mana Ahuriri to seek their views on those the Pump Road and the Southern Marsh areas that are within the treaty redress land?
No, we hadn't. We had engaged with them with the original mapping, but the new areas that have been added, we haven't been in discussion with them about those.
Yeah. Would you be able to undertake that consultation prior to coming back to us in reply? And I think there are some particular legislative provisions that would need to have regard to because it is redress land. It's different than ordinary land. Third question, just in relation to the submitters who are going to speak to us today about the Esquiview restoration areas, and the two concerns being on-site effluent disposal fields and then fire safety. So dealing with the first one, the on-site effluent fields, they would have required building permits from the City Council. So the City Council will have property files which will show the extent and location of those effluent fields. So I thought it would have been a pretty straightforward matter to identify that and to ensure that they're excluded from the restoration areas, because the council already has that information. Have you looked into that?
We certainly can. The reason that we didn't is we considered that in some areas there might still be ecological values that were relevant, and so that's why we thought it would be more accurate to have the ecologists go and identify even within those effluent fields. But I can certainly look into that one as well as an option.
Yeah, in my view would be that the practicality and functionality of the wastewater disposal field would trump any ecological values that are in the restoration area. I mean, they've been planted. I'm not sure if anyone would have planted on top of the effluent field, because that's not advised. But if they have, then that should be clearly identified in the mapping and excluded, I would have thought. It's just a matter of sensible priorities. So can we assume you'll undertake that exercise?
Certainly.
Dig out the property files, check what's in there, and look to exclude those areas?
Certainly.
And then the fourth one issue is just a comment. And we're going to hear from submitters, particularly Department of Conservation, who are seeking to essentially what I would paraphrase as parroting some of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement provisions in the district plan. And I think it's only fair to let you and Doc know that I'm not a fan of simply parroting provisions from the higher order statutory instruments in a lower order instrument. That doesn't serve any purpose, doesn't add any value, and a decision maker has to have regard to the higher order instruments regardless. I don't see any value in just repeating that in a lower order instrument. So that's just my view. Haven't talked to the rest of the panel about it, but in other jurisdictions and parts of the country, we've been careful to avoid just parroting those provisions in the lower order instruments. So I thought it was only fair to let you and the hearing know my views on that, and so in reply you can address that and the submitters can address it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Brosnan? No. Commissioner Kirikiri?
You hear me?
Yes, we can. That's good.
Oh, you can, sorry. I can only just see a static picture, so I'm not quite sure what's happening at that end.
We can see your face, so that's
And
good.
we're on the side here.
Yeah.
I don't have almost any questions, to be honest, but I just want to sort of ask one or two just make some general observations and get some response from the reporting officer. And it's just, I suppose because I'm not there, and secondly because none of the Mana Whenua submitters are actually appearing today, which I think is a little unfortunate, because I'd quite like to have had an opportunity to actually talk to them, get some sort of response from what their views were. But just generally speaking, just throwing this question at the reporting officer, reading through the stuff that Manaara Huriri and Maunga Haruru sent through, your response and your recommendations, it seems pretty clear to me that the general theme right across their concerns is one around balancing biodiversity protection against the development aspirations of Mana Whenua in a general sense, and there's lots of bits to that. Was that your observation, and what further comments would you like to make on that?
Certainly, yes. I think that was certainly one of the themes. I do also consider that one of the themes was really upholding the values of the ecological environment, the ecosystems that we do have in the Napier context. Yeah. And my response, my intention or my aspiration was to maintain ecological values in the mapping and keep that as an objective, these are the values of the area, and they stay, and provide for those development aspirations through the rules and the provisions in the chapter instead. So in response to, there was many submissions on providing for more of that, I have intended to provide for mana whenua to be able to do the development that they would like to, but rather than, my stance so far has been rather than to amend the values that I consider are objective with an ecologist, to change the rules of the chapter to enable it that way. That's my response.
Another issue I had in mind was just to get a sense of how much interaction has been had with either one of those two key submitters. They were the really two main mana whenua submitters as I saw. Had there been much actual direct interaction, face-to-face interaction with them during this process?
Certainly, there was a lot of engagement before the notification of the chapter. We met with both trusts, well, specifically I did meet with Maunga Haruru Tangatu Trust, and we had a really helpful conversation, and then had multiple phone calls with previous staff at Mana Ahuriri Trust. So that was the extent of the engagement then. And then once the notification started, we did just retain it to within the formal process, so through submissions, and that was the context where that happened.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say, I quite liked your responses to just about all of the issues they raised, and your, the stuff that's in the Appendix B, and these are the recommendations we're going through. And my sense is that they're probably going to be feeling quite comfortable about that as well at a general level. I'm not able to dig down to really great detail, but would that be your sense as well?
Yeah, I certainly hope so. I know that they're not submitting today on the provisions of the eco chapter, so there hasn't been any evidence provided against the changes to the provisions that I've made. So I do hope that there's a level of comfort, but I know that tomorrow they are presenting, and one of the matters related to ecosystems will be raised then, so I won't be able to comment on that.
Okay. Hang on, I'm just looking at my... Yeah, I actually don't have any other questions. I mean, I went through your report fairly thoroughly, and as I said, I ended up being very comfortable with the line that was being taken, that you took, and trying to put myself in the shoes of both Mana Ahuriri and Maunga Haruru and any other people who were interested in the mana whenua stuff. I'd imagine that they'd be quite comfortable, and there might be some tweaking required around the edges, but as far as I could see, they seem to be pretty much on the spot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've just got a few questions, just basically a follow-up to Commissioner Van Voorthousen's questioning around the mapping of the estuary and the like. Given the huge overlap, if you like, in terms of ecosystems between the City Council and the Regional Council, would it be helpful for the introduction to the chapter to recognise that overlap and the need for an integrated approach to managing ecosystems? And just maybe almost to flag the issue that Commissioner Van Voorthousen's raised in terms of, while there's a jurisdictional boundary, High Water Springs, there's still a need to recognise, that it is an integrated system. That's probably more a statement than a question, but there is a question.
I agree. Yes, I think that would be a very appropriate way to consider both of those issues at the same time.
Okay, thank you. And a follow-up to the question the panel had for you around the 10% goal, and you've described it as aspirational. And I'm just wondering how aspirational it is. Just eyeballing the map of the city and including restoration areas as well as SIVHs, how aspirational, has any work been done to sort of figure out whether 10% is aspirational as in up there somewhere, or aspirational as just a stretch target that we can meet?
Certainly. There's two different ecological mapping contexts. There's the ecological district and then the Napier district. I'm unaware of the ecological district right at this moment, but I know some of that work has been done by regional council, so I can inquire. But in terms of the Napier district, it's about 5% at the moment, which is just the SIVH mapping, which is just the higher threshold mapping, not including restoration. There are maps around the room, so you can see the green areas are significantly minimal, but the pink area contributes to the 5%.
Okay, thank you. So that leads nicely on to the question of the restoration areas. So no, I'm not a local, so I'm not kind of very familiar with restorations and the history. I gather that it's a renaming of something that's already in the operative district plan. Can you just tell me what they are, who owns this land, how they've come to be, just to clarify for me?
Certainly. So there wasn't any mapping related to SNAs or SIVHs in the operative, but in the preparation for the draft district plan, this was before the MPISIB changed, there was SNAs and then city SNAs. So that was the city SNAs were considered to have local value, but didn't meet the original threshold. So that's where most of our mapping has come from. Most of them are owned, most of the notified version is owned by public entities like DOC, Napier City Council, and those are the primary owners actually. Since then, a number of private owners have asked for that to be what's on their property instead, so it now includes the Eskill Residents Society and a couple of minor private owners as well. Minor meaning just an independent owner. But apart from that, it was the intention behind maintaining a city SNA or a restoration area was to say, look, we are considerably far away from our 10% aspiration, but if we have some level of protection, not necessarily a no net loss purpose for that mapped area, we would be able to contribute, and eventually they might be able to meet that higher level of protection and ecological value as well. So that's why, that was the intention when drafting, that they were called restoration areas, that they would assist in the restoration of the Indigenous biodiversity of the area, but also acknowledging that they currently don't meet the requirements of the criteria that we've used.
Right, so the target will be for those areas to ultimately reach the level of an SIVH.
That's the intention, that's
right.
Yeah.
And they're meant to be quite enabling of restoration and planting and things. But I do acknowledge the questions of Commissioner Van Volthausen in terms of making sure the boundaries take into account factors like effluent fields, things like that.
Certainly.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions I have. Any further questions from the panel?
Nope, all good.
No? Good. Okay. No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll just turn to the schedule. Okay. I know we're a bit behind time today, but our first submitters for this topic are the Eskills Residents Society. If they would like to make their way to the submitters table, thank you very much. So we have here Peter Goss and Mervyn Kite.
That's correct.
Welcome. And we have seen your pre-circulated information, so thank you very much for that. Very much appreciated and helpful. The show is all yours at the moment, so we're over to you to sort of talk to your submission and answer any questions from the panel that we may have. So thank you. Welcome.
Right, thank you. So I'm Peter Goss, here in my capacity as chair of the Eskills Residents Society. With me, Mervyn Kite. Merv is a fellow committee member. Probably more importantly, Merv is probably single-handedly more responsible than any other individual for the development of the Eschools reserves over the past 15, 18 years, Merv. You would have seen our evidence, our original submission, that the Eschools reserves today are in a considerably different state to what they were in mid-2000s when the subdivision first went in. So our concern through this process is certainly council officers have heard it. We consider the general designations unnecessary. We can live with them as they stand now with some minor tweaks. Our main concern would be to remove any factors that either impinge on residents' ability to manage fire risk, day-to-day stuff around effluent fields, that type of stuff. And the other one we mentioned in there is detention dams. So I guess I'll just first acknowledge the changes that have been made since these proposals were first proposed. So SIVH status downgraded to restoration area status. Various changes to the proposed rules, which have all been somewhat helpful, generally helpful. Our residual concerns, I think we've already heard from commissioners about, so our residual concerns do relate to ability to manage fire risk, the effluent fields, a bit of stuff around, we've got an ongoing requirement to maintain detention dams, and those detention dams don't quite fall within the restoration areas, but they are adjacent to in at least one case. So it's the practical matters. We have a wee bit around ground truthing in the end. Probably doesn't matter too much, I think, for practical purposes, but we do have concerns around sort of the ecological value of some of the areas that are included in those within the proposed boundaries. I was going to go on at some length about fire risk and the effluent fields. I hear Commissioner's questions. I think that you're receptive to our concerns there. Do we need to go into great detail on those matters? Or?
I wouldn't think so.
No, although I'm interested about the fire risk issue. How do you see that impacting on the restoration areas in terms of managing fire risk?
Yeah, it's an issue of key concern to residents at the moment. We have a little subcommittee going within the Residents Association looking at fire risk, sort of how we think about fire warnings, exit points. We only got one entry into the one formal entry into the subdivision, so how we deal with that in the event of a major fire. Kānuka, of course, is highly flammable. We have talked to fire experts. We thought about getting formal expert evidence on the fire risk. We bit of pushback on that from residents who are concerned about potential implications of formal evidence if we are impeded on our ability to manage that risk in terms of insurability and so on. But when we, as a practical matter, when you look at the boundaries, back one step, talking to the experts, they all point to the FENS guidance, fire and emergency guidance, as being effectively receptive of generally accepted wisdom on this stuff. The 30-metre boundary and managing that space. They point to that as being a bare minimum in our case because of the added factors, risk factors from Kānuka, and the fact that our properties are pretty well all on ridge lines or on tops of hills and so on, and the vegetation is all downhill. Fire goes uphill, of course. So they're pointing to 30-metre guidance as being a bare minimum. That's all we're asking for, but we think we can probably manage that risk with tweaks that get us, sort of move the boundaries to move no closer than 30 metres from existing or.
Out of interest, how much does Kānuka comprise of the planting that's been done there?
The original vegetation is largely Kānuka. The new planting is 90% not Kānuka.
We've basically got 37 hectares of reserves.
Not a lot.
20 years ago, it was probably the worst infestation of noxious weeds in the Hawke's Bay Regional Council area. We've got on top of that. We've planted. The bulk of the reserves are Kānuka. The SIVH is all Kānuka. Kānuka canopy. Some of it's up to 10 metres tall. The stuff we've planted is probably 4 or 5 metres tall at this stage. So eventually, the bulk of the 37 hectares will be Kānuka with an understory coming through. So there is a significant fire risk there, and we've got to somehow mitigate that and at the same time keep the reserves being developed.
So just to clarify, the map that was with your written statement, with the yellow circles on it, is that primarily the fire risk circles or the?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. I think the yellow circles were indicative of the effluent field,
Yeah.
which probably
well,
go a little
okay.
further than the fire risk. Yep.
Right, okay. And they're the only changes you're looking to make to the mapping,
That's right.
basically, aren't they? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the Commission?
No, I think that's really clear. Thank you for your thoughts on the further advice from staff as well. That was helpful.
No, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, just, I think you would have noted from my questions to the officers that I understood the practicality of what you're asking for, so I don't have any issues with that. Just one matter of clarification in your paragraph 7, first bullet point. Just let you turn to that. Just a minor point. You talk about the 30 metres, and just for your information, 30 metres in my experience is a very common distance that's applied around the country, so I don't have an issue with that. But you say SKIL dwellings or structures. What did you have in mind when you wrote the word structures?
There's one particular building I had in mind in drafting that. We have community-owned tennis court and a facility adjacent to that, so it's we call it pavilion, but an open plan building we use for community activities. Gets good use, so that is the building at the moment that actually probably is closest to the restoration area. It's within 10 metres, so that's one I had in particular in mind. Open question around other outsheds and so on building platforms.
Okay.
But our primary concern is that pavilion
Yep.
and dwellings.
Okay. All right, so you'd be able to, if the staff were to liaise with you, point out obviously the location of the tennis court and pavilion and assist with excluding that from the area?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. No, thanks very much for that. Thank you for your
Okay.
presentation.
Do you want to?
Thank you very much.
The ground truthing needs to be looked at. You'll see on that map at the back, the area below the blue line is actually in the Haipipi Historic Par Reserve, and that area has been grazed by cattle since people first came to Napier. There's really no ecological value in that. It's just Kānuka with an understory of grass, gorse, blackberry, apple of Sodom, everything you can think of is there, and the only indigenous vegetation is the Kānuka. So there's little benefit in having that in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just, should we mention that other one? There is a slight error omission on in the recommended amendments to the plan provisions, where the definition of an established activity, you have under A, you have omitted the word restoration activity. You've put SIVH but no restoration activity.
Or restoration area.
Or restoration area, sorry. It may help to have that included.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your time, and that was very helpful. That's good.
Thank you.
Okay, our next submitters are Craig and Simone Stranahan. Welcome. And thank you for your patience for the hiccups we've had this morning, technically speaking. All right. So do you have some material there that needs to be circulated?
Yes, yeah,
Someone
I'll
will
do
just
that,
distribute
yeah.
that now, if that's all
Okay,
right.
thank you. Nicola will help.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicola. Well, thank you very much. Welcome. We have
Thank you.
got your original submissions in front of us, so
Right.
thank you for that. So
Okay.
over to you to talk to
Okay.
your submission.
Thank you. Yes, so good morning, and we are Craig and Simone Stranahan, and we're the owners of 45 Haypuppy Drive/Lane in East Kills. Firstly, we'd just like to fully endorse and support what Merv and Peter have just presented to you on behalf of East Kills. So we have two maps that we have just given out, and the New Zealand Fire Safety booklet, which we will refer to through our presentation. Through our presentation, we're going to refer to the proposed area as a restoration area, which we understand Geriel has recommended now. So a bit of background on us. We purchased our site at number 45 10 years ago. Our building platform is flat, but the surrounding land is steep. So just to bring your attention to map, the first map, this is, it's probably just easier if I stand while Craig shows you. So this is our property here at 45 Haypuppy Lane/Drive. With the pink border, and this is just some of the surrounding area and houses and the SIVH areas shaded in white and green. Oh, and then on map number 2, over here, map number 2 is a blown up version of our property, and so the black and white line are a legal boundary. Yep, and this is the restoration area that we're here to discuss today. This part is on our private land through here, and this is the general East Hills area in front of that. Okay, so we sit down now. So we are one of the 4 private properties whose privately owned land, which contains an effluent field, has been included in the restoration area proposal. As you can see in the shaded pink area, for the proposed restoration area, this is in a substantial amount of our private land. So we're talking about this area all through here. So our objection to the restoration area proposal is for the following reasons. We understand there has been no ground truthing done at number 45. Therefore, we would like to bring to your attention the following points. Firstly, our septic outlet field is in the proposed pink area. The septic tank, the field comes out through here.
Right.
2, in the future, if we needed to do any remedial work on our effluent field, we understand that we would be required to obtain a resource consent which is an added complication and would come at a significant personal cost to us, estimate of $10,000 to $15,000. And 3, that all the pink area within our boundary has secondary canoe growth, which is very old, is on steep land and comes with a high fire risk. So I've passed out the New Zealand Safe Manual, Fire Safe Manual, which identifies the following. On page 11 of the manual, I've turned over on a corner and highlighted. Kānuka is identified as highly flammable. On page 5, regarding slope, fire travels faster uphill. Homes on a steep slope or at the crest of a hill are at greater risk. Both of these apply to our property. And on page 9, we have the fire zones 1 and 2, which Peter and Merv have touched on, and they extend to 30 metres of our house and our garage on our property. So some of the Kānuka trees are close to our house, and this will need addressing for our insurance and safety purposes, as recommended by the New Zealand Fire Service on page 9 of the booklet. Therefore, we require at least a 30-metre setback as indicated on the map. So if we go back to map 2, this is this area here. It's a 30-metre setback on our property that we're looking for. So we would like it to be noted that when the mapping has been done, the shaded pink area appears to follow the land contour of 45. So now this is a different point, not to do with the fire, but when the mapping's been done, it's just followed exactly the contour of our land. This seems to us arbitrary and possibly rather convenient when the reports and maps were compiled. So now I'd like to move on to ecological values. So with regard to ecological values, Craig and I have supported these as follows. The first thing we did after purchasing the land at number 45 was mass planting of native plants and flaxes to attract the birds. This has been very successful. We enjoy seeing the tuis, fantails, bellbirds, blackbirds bopping around on our lawn, feeding and nesting on our property. We also have seen falcons. In addition, we spray the blackberry and noxious weeds, clear and maintain our land. We are involved with actively helping on Eskills communal land with these activities too. These activities are ongoing as we are responsible owners and caretakers of our property and that of Eskills, which is an absolutely beautiful place to live. So our request to you is that 1, the area of our effluent field on our private property is removed from the restoration area in its entirety so that we are able to maintain our septic outlet field and not incur any potential costs for resource consents. And 2, in addition, that the boundary of the proposed restoration area be adjusted to exclude any area which is within 30 metres of our house and garage to enable us to appropriately manage fire risk. We estimate this area to be 1,000 square metres, and this is what we're talking about here. The shaded, the pink dots with the shaded area. So thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have for us.
Okay, just one question from me is, if you were to clear that 30-metre clearance area,
Yes.
would you leave it unvegetated, or would you just replace it with less fire, hazardous plants?
Yeah, we would go with the fire service recommendations to plant appropriate plants that are effectively fireproof, etc., just to keep the beautification and along the lines of what Merv and Peter would recommend.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, the other solution would be to enable clearance for fire hazard management purposes, rather than to go and ground truth every boundary, because that's a massive job. Would be to enable that to occur as a permitted activity. Would that be an alternative that you would accept?
Yeah, so could you just explain?
The alternative to ground
Yeah.
truthing and replaying with all the boundaries is
yes,
to enable, clearance
Us to-
for that.
I
Yeah.
understand, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
For surgery,
Peter,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the panel? Commissioner Kirikiri? You have any questions? Nothing? No. Okay. Commissioner Brosnan?
No, I think very clear. Thank you.
No questions, but thanks very much for the work you've done in terms of the detailed mapping and providing the fire service brochure. That's all helpful.
no.
And you've probably noted from some of my earlier questions and comments, I have sympathy for the issue you've brought to our attention. I've actually been caught up in bushfires in Australia, so I understand the problem.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Our next submitters, before we take a break for morning tea, is the Royal Forest and Bird Protection Society, and I think we have Dr. Chantal Pagel online for us. We have rigged the pre-circulated legal submissions, so thank you very much for that, Dr. Pagel. Yeah, oh, we're just getting you on now. No, that's Kessels. Okay. Can we lose the dog? Okay. If you'd like to talk, your face will come full screen.
Fantastic.
Right. That's great. It's all good. You're welcome.
Tihe Mariora, te whare utanei tēnā koe, te papa I waho tēnā koe, rauranga te rama tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Chantal Pagel tōku ingoa, no tia mana o ko tipuna, he kai mai hao mō te reo o te te ao. My name is Chantal Pagel. I represent Forest and Bird and 8 regional branches as Conservation Manager for Hawke's Bay, East Cape and the Bay of Plenty. Today I'm speaking on behalf of Forest and Bird and our local branch in Napier in relation to our submissions and further submissions on the Eco Chapter variation. Forest and Bird supports the Section 42A officer's recommendation on submissions which would improve and clarify decision-making for managing adverse effects on Indigenous biodiversity. However, there are still changes needed to the plan. Forest and Bird has provided legal submissions explaining these concerns and suggesting amendments. In brief, our remaining concerns on the Eco Chapter largely relate to protection of Indigenous biodiversity within the coastal environment. At the moment, the chapter provisions do not adequately give effect to Policy 11 of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. This is because not all species to be protected in accordance with Policy 11 are confined to identified significant Indigenous vegetation and habitat areas. In addition, the chapter provisions are not adequate to manage adverse effects from renewable energy generation, the national grid, and specified infrastructure within the coastal environment. The details are explained in our legal submissions provided to the Council on 6th of August. If you have questions, I will try to answer them if I can. Otherwise, I would be happy to take your questions back for some advice from our resource management team and provide a response to you later. On behalf of our local branch and the society, we thank Napier City Council for the opportunity to speak today, and we wish you all the best in your deliberations. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Questions from the panel? Commissioner Van?
No questions, thank you.
No,
Commissioner
quite
Brosnan?
comfortable, thank you.
Commissioner Kirikiri? You're on mute, I think, still.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you for that. Just one question from me, Dr. Pagel. You're asking for the effects management hierarchy to be defined in the PDP or have policy EcoPX cover it off. I mean, effects management hierarchy, if I'm right, is defined in the NPSIB, isn't it? So would it be helpful just to have a reference to that definition rather than repeat it in full? What's your view on that?
I think it would be better to be spelled out, just for clarity. But yeah, a reference. If we would refer to it, that would add clarification as well. But we would prefer, obviously, to be included in full.
Okay, and the only other question I have is how the district plan can best address the ecology of the coastal environment, particularly given that a lot of it is very modified and well used by humans. Do you have any further sort of recommendations or relief sought in respect of that? Because you're saying that the current approach fails to give effect to the NPS on that side of things. Do you have any further advice around how best the plan can manage the city's coastal environment?
I think one point would be to manage the national grid activities in the coastal environment. So the NPS electricity and transmission is providing managing indigenous biodiversity in the coastal environment, and we would like to see this to be reflected in the district plan. I think we do have this lined out in our legal evidence. I think that would be one of our main concerns and main suggestions, how we could make sure that the coastal environment is still protected if we go into the electricity and building further electricity transmission and for the region. While we protect our indigenous biodiversity in the coastal environment.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the panel?
No.
No. Thank you. Thank you very much for your legal submissions, Dr. Pagel. And thank you again for your time and effort. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Helpful. Kia ora. Okay, technical issues aside, we're actually running slightly early, but we will take a break for morning tea, and we will resume at 11 a.m. this morning with Hawke's Bay Regional Council. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Well, they might.
District Plan for Napier City has reconvened after morning tea. So welcome everybody. Our first submitters currently will be from the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. We have pre-circulated evidence of Mr. Gudsall, who's now at the witness table, and Ms. Brunton, is it?
No, tēnā koutou ko Anne Bradbury Tokawangoa. I am one of the team leaders at the Regional Council.
Okay.
Our manager and Ms Brunton were unable to be here, so I am here instead.
All right, well, welcome, thank you. So, yes, Mr. Gudsall, we have your pre-circulated evidence, but if you would like to talk to that, you're more than welcome, sir.
Kia ora. Thank you for the introduction. I guess firstly, we just wanted to say We actually really just wanted to give a big shout out to the NCC policy team as well for including this chapter. As I know personally, or we know personally as policy planners, that's been a pretty trying space, the ecosystem space, with a draft discussion of, draft document and then a finished national policy statement and then, suspending parts of it. So I know it's been pretty trying. So we just wanted to say really great work there. We love that it's been included, or a variation. And really, in summary today, we just wanted to come and speak to those few points that we had to support largely our discussion points around flood protection maintenance. And if I could, I'll just touch on those first couple of points where I lumped in submission point 85.21 and 85.27, so around Rule 1 and Rule 6. Mm-hmm. And we just urge the hearings panel to accept the reporting officer's suggested amendments. So flood control maintenance is an established activity. And upon reflection, what we did think about with Rule 6, and I'm not sure what the feeling is here, or if they've chatted about it, whether or not that still needs to be there. When we looked at Rule 7 and Rule 8, and we were wondering whether or not there was a duplication. And our thoughts were, if NAPA still wished to include it, then perhaps those words, those suggested words that we had to go in brackets in the heading, just to make it explicit that Rule 1 still prevails, would be great for our cause for flood maintenance protection, flood maintenance purposes. And on to the second points, which was around the conflicting rules, so the overlays with conflicting rules. We accept the reporting officer's response, and we understand here that the more stringent rule prevails. We just thought that for a layperson or for plan users in the general approach, there could be a little comment that says the more stringent rule prevails. And that are our only comments there, which was, our points 85.29 and 85.35. And on point 85.39, which is the mapping accuracy or the polygons, it's more of a comment. We were just unsure of the polygons and how they looked in the end when we went back and looked at the ecological report. So our terrestrial ecologists really were looking at them and were just a little bit unclear on how they came to be when the ecologist reports sort of talked to the inclusion of the beds for their braided purposes and for freshwater species, and of course also the riparian margins, but then the polygons themselves don't quite seem to reflect that. So it was just more of a comment. We were unsure of how they ended up looking like that. And I'm really zooming through it actually. Our last point, which was 85.36, was around the coastal mapping, and I had mentioned the statement of submission. We've actually chatted to NCC about this, to the policy staff, and we were really satisfied with the proposed resolution and not having those overlapping provisions. And just spoken briefly with staff now, we do have currently internal facing only more recent mapping of the mean high water springs, but we would have to do some internal discussions after this to see what we can do with that mapping and whether it's available to be shared. And otherwise, ngā mihi nui. Thank you very much for letting me speed through the presentation and any questions.
Thank you. I did have that question around the boundaries for especially the Tutakuri River, and I did wonder whether that's a cadastral city boundary issue rather than necessarily a polygon issue. But that did remind me to ask that question, whether that's based on the city's boundaries rather than proper sort of full survey of the river.
Part of them were limited to where it turned into Hastings, but I do agree that some of those areas could have been included. They were provided directly from the ecologist, so I wonder, do you remember the source of those or have anything to add, if I could ask?
Yes, good morning everyone. My name is Jerry Kessels. Yes, we did this mapping and we felt like, just to backstep a couple of steps, I was involved with the ECNA delineation for Central Hawke's Bay District. So for that district, we did include some of the significant braided river habitats there, and that was accepted through the Environment Court. process on appeals as well. In terms of the mapping here, yes, a lot of it is related to the cadastral or the boundary between the two local authorities. Some of the other mapping is based on our professional judgment of where we think it should go. It's not easy to delineate these habitats because they're so fluid and sometimes transient. I'm happy to, if the committee considers it appropriate, I'm happy to go back and have another look with the regional council staff if required. But I think we've got a reasonable justification to include them based on my previous work for Central Hawke's Bay.
Yeah, thank you. And the only other question I had, Mr. Gudsall, was the two flood control scheme maps you've got in there. I'm just not totally clear what it's telling me, particularly the Esk Whirinaki one. Can you just explain that maybe a little bit more for me? What it's showing and in terms of the point you're making around flood control maintenance?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think, to be really honest, I struggled for good maps to put in there. Secondly, to your point, I guess it's just trying to show the extent of the scheme, although it is larger, but this is the extent of the drainage and maintenance works that would be undertaken within that sort of concentrated, I think it's about close to 8 kilometre stretch there. And that was sort of the best map I could have. The other map that I had was really largely the whole scheme from a much higher point of view, which didn't really give any detail either. Unfortunately, it's all in writing rather than spatially viewed, or within our internal maps, which are interactive rather than a static map.
Okay, so the live edge protection work that you're wanting to provide for
Yes.
or enable, is that within
The Esk River.
generally within that blue
Yes.
area rather than
Yes.
the green area or
Yep.
anything like that?
Yes. So they all relate. Sorry, so there would, I could, if you would like, I can send through the document itself, which it belongs to, which talks to these different areas and the different regions.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's a need for that, but just it was helpful to clarify.
Yes,
my mind.
yep, that's a good point.
Okay, questions from the committee, so the panel, I should say. Commissioner Kirikiri, do you have any questions? Regional Council? You're still on mute, I'm afraid.
No, I don't have any questions, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brosman?
No, I think your response has been quite clear. Thank you, and I appreciate the comments you've made around the staff responses and their willingness to potentially release some of that information around the mean high water springs mapping. I think could be particularly helpful considering the
Yeah.
discussion we had earlier. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Van Wildhout?
Yeah, I've got a number of questions, and you have to forgive me if you spoke really quickly and you might have covered
Sorry,
some of this,
yeah.
but that's okay. The first question is just more out of interest, really. It's at your paragraph 1.2. And you say this is a statement for the regional council rather than expert evidence, which is a little bit unusual in my experience. So how would we categorise this evidence? Is it corporate evidence? I mean, what weight should we be giving it? And what's your position at the council out of interest?
Because we submit as a statement of submission rather than expert evidence.
Yeah, I just heard me say that.
Sorry, it was just my understanding that we submit under as a statement of submission rather than expert evidence. I thought that was, yeah, I'm unable to answer that actually.
What's your role at the council?
So we're both in the policy and planning team.
So you're planners?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the policy and planning team, and we have written that, but the policy and planning team at the regional council consists of maybe 8 planners. Mr. Gudsall probably drafted the submission. It was checked by our policy manager, who's also a planner.
Yeah.
So while we have written that, we are also planners as our day job, yes.
Would you wish to amend paragraph 1.2 and to say this is planning evidence?
Yes?
Yes.
we can do that.
Okay. I think just in the future, if you're doing this again, if you are planners and you're providing evidence, then just own it. It's planning evidence.
Agreed. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions now, if I just turn the pages, and you talked about it. The first one's on page 3. and it's Eco Rule R6A, and you have there in the table suggesting the removal of that rule. Now, I'm not a fan of rules that seek to duplicate issues between the district and the regional council. It just creates confusion. I just want to clarify, is the regional council still seeking the deletion of that rule?
We wouldn't enforce it, but we're just saying, we just wanted to point out the matter that there is duplication, although they're not exactly the same. Because Rule 6A was 6 metres and our rule is 5 metres. There's some slight nuances. We have different matters for control and discretion.
Yeah.
And there are different matters that we have of conditions for our permitted rule. So there is a slight difference. So we feel if Napier City Council thought there was use in keeping this rule, then we would not say you need to get rid of it, or we wouldn't push to get rid of it.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, because I was reasonably sympathetic to your submission, but now you're saying you don't wish to delete that rule?
We would want to, wouldn't we, in the Napier City Council's plan?
Sorry?
We would want to delete the rule in Napier City Council plan. Is that what we want to do?
That's what we're suggesting, but we feel if they feel that they need it, that it provides something different to our rules.
I'm not worried about what the Napier City Council might feel. What I'm interested in is the regional council's view on this, and I just need a yes or no.
Okay,
Does the regional council seek the
yes.
deletion of the rule,
Yes.
yes or no?
Yep.
Yes, you do? Okay. I mean, we'll hear back from the officers when they do the reply report, but it's important for me anyway to know the regional council's view. Now, just turning the pages. So now I'm looking at your paragraph 2.6. Don't have any questions for you on that rule, Eco Rule R1. That's straightforward in my view.
Yep.
Paragraph 3.2. I'm not sure if you discussed this on your rapid fire presentation, but at the end of paragraph 3.2, you say this could be more explicit. So did you have any wording in mind, precise wording in mind?
Yes, I did actually.
And apologies if I've missed that, is it?
Sorry, no, I didn't actually. I did speed through it. I apologise. So in the general approach, there is wording that's quite similar that says where there is a conflict between the zone and overlay provisions, so they're talking about different things here, the overlay provisions take precedence. So we thought there could be some similar wording to that said where there are conflicts between overlays, the more stringent provision prevails.
All right, so can you put pen to paper and when you get back to the office, just write down the precise wording that you now would recommend and then email that through to our hearing administrator, and then we can consider that in our, well, the staff can consider it in their reply report and we can consider it in our deliberations. That'd be helpful.
Yes.
Now I'm going to your paragraph 5.5.
Yes.
And obviously, I mean, we've had discussions earlier on today, I'm not sure if you heard about the importance of accuracy in mapping. And so I think it'd be important to get these maps correct. Now, in my mind, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that should be a joint regional city council exercise to get the mapping right. Can that happen quite, well, first of all, is the regional council willing and able to assist in that regard? And if so, can that happen reasonably promptly?
I think Annabelle would.
Yes, we're willing and able to assist. We hope so for question 2, but we will have to check. I don't want to,
Sure.
But yes, hopefully.
Yeah.
We're not. We recognise the importance of it happening quickly, so we can.
Right. I think we'd certainly appreciate your cooperation in getting these maps right, because once they're in,
They're in. Yep.
they're in and they have regulatory force, so, you know, we need them to be correct.
Yep.
And last one. It's that paragraph 6.3. And I just wasn't clear, and again, forgive me if I've missed this. What are you actually seeking? That last, you know, after the dash, our concern is may confuse plan users, provision should be both effective, enforceable and not duplicated. And I was wondering, and I just thought, well, what are you actually asking us to do there?
So we were actually asking to remove the SIVH from below the mean high water spot.
Oh, that's that one.
Because
Yep. Okay. And I think we addressed that earlier in the hearing where we agree that's fundamentally necessary. Yeah, okay, that's helpful. And that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I don't have any further questions. It's been covered. So thank you very much for your attendance today. It's been very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Our next submitters are from the Ahuriri Estuary Protection Society, and I think we have Angie Denby and Sue McDonald. So welcome. And we have a copy of your pre-circulated presentation, so thank you very much for that. And we have it up on screen as well. So you're more than welcome to talk us through your presentation, so welcome.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Angie Denby, the current chair of the Ahuriri Estuary Protection Society. This is Sue McDonald, who's the secretary. And as you can see, we're an organisation, a volunteer organisation that's been around since 1981. So we're heading to our 50th anniversary.
Mm-hmm. Congratulations.
2 maps. Commonly put up on screens. On the left is the original lagoon map from Whararangi Marae, showing the extent of the wonderful harbour, populated by people all around it and on islands in it at the time, and very important to the local people. And on the right, we have what I've called the thin blue line, which is today's remnant of the estuary after reclamation, which is also a big part of it, as well as the earthquake. So it had been drawn to our attention that the mapping situation needed attention because it appeared that some smaller associated wetlands were in danger of being not included in the mapping of the estuary. And I've named them the sort of watery bit of the lower estuary, which of course are important habitats, 2 smaller non-tidal wetlands, and the Bittern Management Project in the upper estuary. So, as everybody knows, with the mobility of the wildlife, they need any patch of water that they can get now that there's so little of the estuary left.
Would you mind, for my benefit, primarily, the map behind you, or the aerial photograph behind you, could you show these 2 areas on that at all? I think I know where they are, and there's another map somewhere. But if you could show us, that'd be great.
So, here's the southern marsh.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so they're the smaller areas there going north.
Okay. Yep.
I said only one, but I can see 2 there. And here, West Shore Wildlife Reserve.
Mm-hmm.
Scrapes area here, and across the gravel road, which goes along here.
Mm-hmm. Pump Road. Yeah.
That wetland area there.
Okay.
Pretty large wetland area. And
You'd say 2 though on Pump Road. What are the 2?
Sorry, I didn't mention further along here.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
It's in the doc evidence.
The names of roads is a bit tricky. I think this is Main Road North, or it used to be called that, but
right.
sometimes called Pump Road. I don't know exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Hopefully I've got that right. But the experts will be along next. Thank you. So, what are we protecting? If you look on the right of the page, I have put a photo of wrybill. Not a well-known bird here, but they do come to our estuary. They are endemic only to New Zealand, and they breed down in the rivers in the South Island, but come up our way in the summers. Below that, the royal spoonbills, one in its breeding plumage with its fancy headpiece. And then over on the left, the godwits, which everyone's familiar with us talking about. Inanga whitebait, the cockles there on the right, at the edge of the estuary, not edible for humans. And lower down there, Thyridia repens, the native plant in the area that's at risk and uncommon. Thank you. So the estuary has many statuses, and I've mentioned this before. I've tried to put them in sort of national to local hierarchy. So we often don't mention how important it is to fisheries. And of course it has, part of it has a wildlife refuge status. And the others.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Something we haven't really talked much about before is the international connections. The East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, New Zealand is part of that, and it actually covers the areas that the godwits land and breed and roost and feed, from Alaska through to New Zealand, back to China, and then back to Alaska. Countries are involved on that. They meet together. They're looking after the birds, the areas where the birds go, and important thing is the people who live in those areas too. Max Planck Institute, currently doing a research project, started last summer, banding local dotterels, which are mainly on the beach, but also utilise the estuary. And then there's a very interesting accreditation we could apply for, Wetland City accreditation, if we demonstrate a strong relationship with and commitment to protecting and enhancing what really is an urban wetland. We're really lucky to have it so close to civilization. Thank you. So many legal protections, which we hope the City Council will manage to stick with, and list them all there. Hopefully I've got them correct and up to date. Thank you. And so our concerns in a nutshell, that if the mapping isn't corrected as I see it, that'll lessen the areas available that are left for the wildlife. We've heard of the potential zone changes on adjacent land, and we hope that anything that comes to happen will have very stringent policies of protection, and that these plans for the future of development, us in our position are not clear on exactly what's planned, but we've heard talk of the solar farm. We did some research on solar farms near airports internationally. They're not a good idea, especially where migratory birds are coming in, and that's exactly in the path of the godwits. So that's something we don't understand fully yet, is where that's proposed. We know it's in the pipeline. Next one. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's okay. So finally, what we wish is for the mapping to be sorted out, as we hope it will be, as recommended by the experts in the Department of Conservation. There's a reference there, a directory of wetlands, which can help understand that. Protect, protect, protect for the future. As recommended by the Kessels report, and that was Jerry Kessels you had on the screen earlier. Mm-hmm. So that if there is development, that the adverse effects can be managed and give the estuary the value it deserves. We're lucky to have it. It's in a relatively fragile state with all the threats on it, but we need to look after it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Out of interest, what did the estuary look like before 1930? If I came here, 80 years ago, whatever, what would I see in the estuary,
When it was the lagoon, lagoon,
the lagoon.
or does that original map?
Yeah, but what would I've seen on the ground? Is it just mud flats and some estuary sort of channels and things?
Raised depth sailboat.
Well, it was much more a water area.
Right.
You can see where Napier, can you see Napier Hill there on,
Yep,
on
yep.
the right? So where I live currently was a lagoon, as most of Napier was. Tidal lagoon, in and out there. Do you mean wildlife, or what do you mean?
Well, both. That's what I was leading to, really. So, large expanses of water and mud flats.
And
I would have seen, and a
islands
few islands.
that are exposed at low tide,
Right.
etc. And that's where the birds feed, is the low
Right.
tide.
Okay.
Which consequently why the scrapes was established as a high tide roost for the wading birds to go to
Right.
when the tide's high. And that was a mitigation for putting a road through between the North Pond and the West Shore Wildlife Reserve recent years, and the expressway,
Right.
taking land from the West Shore Wildlife Reserve. It's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the panel?
No, I think really clear, thank you, and the supporting around the maps to the other submitters as well. So your position's clear.
Ben Walthausen?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Kirikiri?
Yeah, I just have one question, and it's along the lines of the chairman's question around what would I see or how would I find them? And that's to do with bullet point, I think, 9 under your, or is it 8, your list of the status of the Ahuriri estuary. And it's the site of ecological, cultural and recreational significance. And I'm particularly keen about the cultural ones. What would I see? Where would I find them? What is the cultural significance that that's being referred to here?
I haven't got my submission in front of me, so I can't see the words. Sorry. Well, it was a place people lived in, so there was housing and fishing going on. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, I mean, you say there's sites of ecological, cultural and recreational significance. As a Māori, I don't want to go there and say, okay, well, where do I find these things? What are they?
Well, they're not there now.
Oh, is that what, okay.
Is that what you mean? That the population from where people lived is gone? The birds would have been there.
Well,
I'm not sure of the question.
You instanced the kuaka, right? What's with the
yeah.
And I imagine that would be one of the things of cultural significance, at least for Māori.
Yeah.
And if you go back to the list, I looked at it and I've forgotten about the eBird, the list of birds under the eBird. But the same would apply, I guess, to fish species and the other littoral water species. And I was just curious as to what things are actually categorised or identified under that general category of ecological, cultural and recreational significance.
I don't have a strong understanding of what particular species are particularly important to Māori culture, but I know what birds are there now and what fish are there, and I'm sorry I haven't listed them.
Thank you.
Interesting story about the kuaka, and I can't remember if I've relayed it before, is that during the Great Migration they were seen to be flying across the Pacific. The people looking up could see they were not water birds because they didn't have webbed feet, and that there must be land further south. So maybe they led the waka here. I don't know, that's one thing I've heard.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I have no questions. So thank you very much for your presentation today. That was helpful. Thank you. Our next submitters, Mrs. Jane and Rook. I'd like to sit up at the table there. Now, we have both a written statement and what's called plan change evidence being pre-circulated, so thank you very much for that.
Yes, I'm old-fashioned. There's some nice photos there.
Oh, and we've got some more material being circulated shortly. If a cop of, okay, let's just repeat. All right, we're in your hands.
Yeah, kia ora tātou. Hans and I are doing a joint submission, and we'll start with Hans and finish with myself.
My full name's Hans Rook. Would you like me to go through my qualifications and experience, or is that just taken as read?
Taken as read.
Primo.
All good.
Guilty. Okay. Submission. Only 1.9% of our original wetlands remain in Hawke's Bay. One of these areas is Te Whanganui Āroto, Ahuriri Estuary. The Ahuriri Estuary Conservation Area, administered by the Department of Conservation, as shown in Appendix 1, provides habitat for an extremely diverse range of birds, fish, invertebrates and plant life. This total area should be included as an area of significant Indigenous vegetation or habitat, in brackets SIVH, in the Stream and Ecosystems Indigenous Biodiversity chapter of the proposed Napier City District Plan. The upper estuary provides habitat for our Australasian bittern / Mātuku huripo, the other wetland bird species. The conservation status of Mātuku huripo is threatened, nationally critical, and the most severely threatened, facing an immediate high risk of extinction. The estimated population is less than 1,000 birds in New Zealand today. However, it's my opinion that this figure is overly optimistic. In 2011, the Department of Conservation started a project to enhance habitat fragments of an area of Crown land in the Upper Ahuriri Estuary area to offset the loss in part of other habitat within the estuary. This area is situated opposite the Napier City Council pump station on Pamu/Ahuriri Farm and extending upstream to a point approximately 100 metres past the intersection of Woolshed Road, where it takes a right-hand turn and joins up with Unihanga Road. We'll show you a bit more about that with the photos that are attached. I'll explain it as we go through that. This area is called the Bittern Blocks, with the main objective of providing and protecting suitable wetland habitats for Mātuku huripo. Approximately 61.8 hectares of wetland enhancement has been completed by fencing on Crown private land boundaries along the Western Hills boundaries. So that's 8,700 metres of fencing. A significant amount of fencing has also been completed privately by the adjacent landowners, the Holt and Cave families, to protect tributary margins, springs, waterways and wetlands. 3 wetland compartments with overflow pipes and low bunds have been used to capture peak fresh water flood flows. The recovery of native vegetation suitable for Mātuku huripo is impressive, as can be seen in the photographs in Appendix 3 to 6. Predator trapping commenced in 2011, removing approximately 150 feral cats, plus mustelars, rats, hedgehogs. A summary of the Upper Estuary Bittern Habitat Enhancement 2011-2018, shown in Appendix 2. In 2018, 9 male Mātuku huripo territories and 5 females were recorded, up from the original 3 birds known in the Upper Estuary prior to 2011. Cyclone Gabrielle had a major impact on this area by adversely affecting the shallow water in these wetlands. Remedial work is underway to rectify this damage. The map provided by the Napier City Council does not show the full extent of this bittern habitat, which is also part of the Ahuriri Estuary Conservation Area. The Napier City Council map for this area requires amendment. Refer to the attached map presented by John Cheen. So I'll just quickly go through these appendices to this presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, Appendix 1, that shows you all the Crown conservation area administered by the Department of Conservation. It's public conservation land. Appendix number 2, that's a summary of our results. I've divided it into blocks, hectare sizes, the year it was done, the bund length, fencing, the different birds, male, female, and the predominant vegetation in those habitats where we had those birds. Appendix 3 is just worth gold. A picture says 1,000 words. Block 1 before and after, that was all the fencing and the bunding work completed. That would have been in February. And then the second photograph shows you absolutely prime bittern real estate. It's shallow water, and if your bird's got legs this long, it's no good having a wetland that deep, because he can't use it because he doesn't like a wet bottom. Appendix 4, I completed this late. It's between 2 blocks, but it was slightly deeper, and when we had drought conditions, it was the last area to dry out, and it provided food, and I was trying to target juveniles that were getting produced out of here, little baby bitterns. So that's a bit of a better photograph number. Appendix 5, that block coming down, showing the middle one, and then coming down to the big block number 2. Appendix 6, that clearly shows the Napier City Council pump, about 2/3 of the way up the page, and then the electric power lines going through, and that's roughly where the original boundary that came in the original paperwork was. What we're asking for is above that, all the way up to the top block. There we go.
All right, thank you.
I think it might be suitable that we leave any questions till the end.
Yeah.
Just a quick question, is Jerry Kessel still online?
He's still online, I believe.
I'd hate him to be missing these excellent photographs of before and after.
Yep, there he is.
Morning, Mr. Kessels.
So he's listening in, so.
Excellent. Kia ora tātou. I'm John Sheen, side of the partnership here, but the submission I've prepared here is mainly focused on the mapping issues and justification for avian and habitat values. Like Hans, I've been around the wetland game for a few decades, and I don't propose to read that out. To the overview of Ahuriri Estuary and associated wetlands, I don't intend covering that again, but I would recommend that you actually seek that report and that doc publication. It's the best summary of Ahuriri Estuary that's around, and it has a strong paragraph or 2 on the fisheries values, which I'm not really qualified to speak on, although I'm going to touch on it very briefly later on. Just focusing on the mapping, I think Kessels and Associates did a pretty good job. It's very hard mapping all these areas, depending on the time of the year that you visit them. They can be very dry in summer and holding a nice amount of water in winter and early spring. But just going through them, and in terms of the upper estuary, it's correctly mapped to where it is. It just falls short by 1 kilometre and a bit more in terms of extending upstream. And you'll find that very small map there
Yeah.
highlights it. In fact, I can easily go to that map there and highlight it there, but where that top pink area is, that narrow pink area, it extends further to the north. Where that pink area finishes is about the bottom wetland that Hans Rook had in his presentation.
Yeah, it may help if you could come point that out to us, if you don't
Good.
mind, just to be sure.
It's quite important. I'm not surprised that there was a small oversight there, because it depends on the time of the year that you go there. But Hans's photographs highlight it in the wet conditions. Bittern love ephemeral wetlands as well as shallow permanent ones. So even if it dries out a bit, it's still very valuable bittern habitat.
Okay.
So in terms of the upper estuary, we're just saying it's been incorrectly mapped or in an overlook, and I think it's a pretty simple exercise to correct it. The lower estuary, which we define as the area between Pandora Road Bridge and the old Embankment Road Bridge, has been incorrectly mapped. And this is where there's a variety of opinions on where you start and where you might finish. But that bottom piece of the estuary, once again shown on the map at the back, area down here.
Yep.
It's an extremely valuable piece of intertidal wetland. And the few flat, shallow islands there and the terrestrial edge is also very important for a very wide range of birds, many of which are threatened. You don't get bittern there. And I just use them as an example, because bittern tend to like fresh water, semi-saline water, lots of rushes, lots of raupo. So you don't get bittern down there, but you get other species that are adapted to that type of habitat. And there's been some long-standing, call it wildlife status for that area. There's been a gazetted wildlife refuge in place since 1958. For the area, it covers partly above Embankment Road Bridge, but covers most of the area between Pandora Road Bridge and the Embankment Road Bridge. That's been in place since 1958. So it's been gazetted under the Wildlife Act. It was initially under the control or management of the Wildlife Service, which transferred to DOC in 1987 when DOC was first established. So there's some really long history there. It was identified Ahuriri Estuary as a regionally outstanding water body as part of Plan Change 7, of which I was part of the panel appointed by the Regional Council and paid healthily by the Regional Council to sit on that panel and assist them. So, just very quickly, at the bottom of page 3 of my submission, there's a range of habitats between the two bridges and even above the bridge. Where you get tidal water and it's quite flat, you're getting water or areas that have shallow water and deep water, and some that are dry at low tide. So it's providing a whole lot of habitat conditions for birds to feed. And one way of describing them is guilds of birds, or just about the bottom of page 3, I've got them there, and just open water divers like dabchick and shags, deep water waders, stilts and godwits that have slightly longer legs, and a godwit's got a bill about this long. Shallow water waders like dotterels. So it's like a community, like the Napier community in itself. There's all sorts of things of ethnic origin on the estuary there. There's a whole range of different species utilising parts of it at different stages of the tide. As you go upstream, you're starting to get into some of the wetlands, like Pump Road wetlands that I'll talk about soon. The water levels are non-tidal, so they're quite stable. They can be fully saline if they're exposed to the tidal flushes in and out on the high tide, or some of the other wetlands that I'll just touch on can be saline for a variety of reasons. They may not be exposed to the high and low tide movement of surface water, but there might be water that percolates under the gravel spit that extends from Napier to Bay View actually serves some of those wetlands. It's just a small supply, but it keeps water there. Some of the wetlands on the old Landcorp farm, etc., are brackish, but they may not be fully saline depending on the water source. And I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. The key thing is that area between the two bridges has a wide range of different habitats for different bird species. The National Threat Classification System, DOC a few years ago established a threat classification system for birds, plants, lizards, and certainly the one for birds is updated about every 3 to 4 years. It has an expert panel with DOC staff and external people on it, and they're assessing the vulnerability of different bird species across New Zealand to extinction. Species like the bittern, or mātuku, the white heron, are right at the top of the scale. The next step for them is extinction. So we're exceedingly lucky. Just out the back here, we're just about looking at it, out the back, across the road there. We've got a number of species there that are grossly at risk. There's also a number of other species that in terms of that category are classified at risk, which is often mentioned in some of the criteria for significant ecosystems and etc. Just to touch, I said I'm not an expert on fish, and I'm not. And that's why I'd strongly suggest you looked at that publication that I mentioned, because I'm not too sure whether anyone's going to speak about it in detail. But what I want to just touch on is the inanga and eels, and they're a very good example. Inanga, the juveniles are what we call whitebait, and the adult inanga are spawning in the top of the estuary in a couple of little freshwater creeks that come in. They don't spawn in the salt water or brackish water, they spawn up in the freshwater. And it's in the spring tides. They spawn up in the grass, lay their eggs, and roughly a month later, when the spring tides are back, those eggs hatch. Little larvae get washed out to sea. So they're coming right down through the estuary, through the area between the Pandora Road Bridge and the Embankment Road Bridge. 6 months later, roughly, the small whitebait migrate back in the system. So that connectivity between the lower estuary and the upper estuary and these small spring creeks is exceedingly important. The same value applies to eels. There's a very good eel population up there and in a lot of the drains, not necessarily big stuff, but eels up to this size, which Bittern favour as a prime food item. Eels migrate through the system. They go and spawn somewhere between here and America. They're somewhere out there. It's unknown as to exactly where they're spawning. But the elvers, the little glass eels, migrate back. Same breed. Pretty much similar to what the inanga do. So that's my tuppence worth on the fishery side of it in terms of inanga and eels, and probably why I've got a bit of an interest there. I know that both those species are keen food items for Bittern. So I know a little bit about inanga and eels, but not too much about all the other species that are there. The mapping between the Pandora Road Bridge and the Embankment Road Bridge certainly needs a bit more attention. It's the area that we probably hold quite significant concern about what's being presented at this point in time. The biodiversity values, in my mind, this is what the planning exercise is about, Indigenous biodiversity. So the biodiversity values through the whole system needs to be mapped, not the boundaries muck around at the bottom because there might be agencies that have other statutory responsibilities. This is an exercise about Indigenous biodiversity, so the maps need to reflect that for a start. There are some other layers. There's the wildlife refuge boundary, 1958, which is significant. There's the land allocation boundaries, which I didn't really touch on earlier, that I was involved with back in DOC days in 1987 between Land Court and DOC. The SOE, which Land Court was, and DOC being the Department of Conservation. So there's certainly a lot of knowledge about the significance and values for birds from the Pandora Road Bridge right up to the top of the Bitten Block that Hans talked about. But there's also the Plan Change 7 exercise, and having sat on the panel, having gone to the Environment Court as a witness for Forest and Bird over it, not over the whole thing, but Lake Pokawa and Peka Peka Swamp, which a couple of you nodding your head, you know where it is. And we were certainly successful in getting those recognised, but Ahuriri estuary rose to the top 2 or 3 pretty quickly in that exercise. It includes Whakakī Lagoon, it includes Lake Whātuma, it includes Porongahau estuary, all keystone wetlands. Unfortunately, nothing's actually happened in the Regional Council about that. It went to the Environment Court. They've just recently confirmed that Pokawa and Peka Peka are justified. There was never any debate about Ahuriri. The next step, and one that always concerned us, it's good to have those wetlands, reasonably outstanding wetlands, listed. The key thing is mapping, all right? And I'm surprised that the Regional Council are not actually more heavily involved in this process here on the mapping of Ahuriri. It's been left to a couple of old grey-headed retired fellas like Hans and I to be up here sort of promoting it. The other wetlands where we think mapping may not be as good as it could have been, Pump Road 1. There's photographs of that clearly show, one, it's a wetland, and you can see that in the appendices, Pump Road 1, Pump Road 2. The two wetlands that they're actually slightly different. Pump Road 1 is a very shallow wetland, dependent on runoff water from the lagoon next door, but also some runoff water from the airport, where there's a lot of par-field areas there, quite significant runoff in times of rain, which is good, because that particular wetland, Pump Road number 1, is not as brackish and salty as it could be, because it's got these freshwater inputs from time to time. And the freshwater inputs actually change the food items in it that make it attractive to birds like bittern. Because sometimes the salinity, if it's too high, even eels have trouble surviving in it. But Pump Road 1, bittern have been recorded there, not many, but on myself a couple of occasions. Bittern are highly camouflaged, difficult to see even when you're working with them. And they certainly don't get observed often when you're out there doing formal surveys. It's a bit of a luck thing. If you're lucky, you might strike one. But other species in terms of Pump Road, I think Hans and I were there 2 or 3 summers ago doing another job, and there were 44 New Zealand dotterels flocked up on the Saka Cornea fringe of it. Very significant, the largest flock of northern New Zealand dotterels recorded in Hawke's Bay. They're a bird that's recovering very slowly in the North Island, primarily through very good predator control, but it was a very significant sighting in terms of New Zealand dotterel, in terms of the flock, and it was summertime, I think, probably early February, late January, Also recently recorded there, quite recently, only 3 weeks ago, a banded rail, which regionally is very rare in Hawke's Bay. It's a bit more common up in the Bay of Islands, Clevedon, where you've got mangrove swamps, but in Hawke's Bay it's only been actually recorded 1, 2, 3 locations that I'm aware of. There's also Crate, which is a little smaller version, looks like a little miniature pukeko, use it. So while Pump Road 1 is a relatively small wetland, it's got nice rushes, sea rush around the outside, this much water there, great for Bittern. Bittern are using that in conjunction with the network of wetlands across Ahuriri. But it's also good for the species that I've just talked about. What's a little bit difficult to see at the far edge of the wetland, flat open country of Sarkacornia, and that's the sort of spots that the dotterels will go out and roost in. They like to see what's going on around them. They don't like going into the tall vegetation. Pump Road 2 wetland is a little bit different, but it's a little bit similar to 1. It's got some good sea rush, and I call it sea rush because the specific name used to be Juncus maritimus. It's now Juncus, and it's a name about this long. And it's easy, we just call it sea rush, because that's what maritimus or maritimus actually referred to. You'll get a botanist in here might use the long name and might leave you a bit confused. But however, Pump Road 2 is just round the corner from Pump Road 1. It's a little bit similar, but Bittern have been recorded in there too. The Pump Road bottom section of Pump Road 2 is the western section, is actually quite different to Pump Road 2, the photograph above it. Very open, Sarkacornia, and it gets very shallow water, and not used, never seen Bittern there, but gets used quite a bit by pied stilts nesting in there, and other species like that. So there's a difference in the nature of the two wetlands shown as Pump Road 2. Both got shallow water, but one's got good rushes, used periodically by Bittern. The other one's very open, used by other species. Yeah, point I'd just like to make out in terms of the Pump Road 1 wetland and the Pump Road 2 wetland, I think you're hearing some proposals about planning zoning changes tomorrow. Those zoning changes will have, if they go through, will have a very significant adverse impact on Pump Road 1 and the eastern side of Pump Road 2. So, in terms of the mapping and the boundaries, I think some of them are quite easily resolved. Obviously, the one between Embankment Road Bridge and Pandora Bridge gets people a bit more excited. There's a variety of opinions there, but I think it's important to not forget this exercise is about significant Indigenous biodiversity and habitats. And that needs to be mapped first before any consideration to any ownership, statutory responsibilities. And that's got to be the starting point. So, thank you for the opportunity for Hans and I to actually present to you. You know, we're pretty passionate about wetlands. That probably shows through with both of our working careers. And, you know, there's at least 2 on the panel I've touched base with, and it's all been about wetlands. Rob was probably nearly 20 years ago.
More.
I'm always a bit conservative. But, yeah, I wish you all the best with your hearing, and I certainly thank Napier City Council very much for actually initiating the plan change and at least looking at Indigenous biodiversity as something that's very worthwhile and useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both of you. Just 2 Points of clarification for me before I turn to the panel. So in terms of mapping the upper estuary part, are you saying the SIV8 should include the entire DOC public conservation land right all the way up there, upstream?
Yes,
Right.
yes. If we're talking dock land, the only change that will happen will be right up the northern end.
Yep.
That bit and block will get extended, and Hans's photographs clearly justify that will help. If the mapping's been done by Kessels and Associates, it's going to help them significantly.
I just want to show them something on screen.
The dock stuff between the two bridges, the wildlife refuge status is a good start because it's there in place, but I think we need to map it on the values, biodiversity values that exist today, not necessarily existed back in 1958, but what exists today.
Okay, thank you. I think Commissioner Van Voorthuizen's got a point of
So,
clarifying.
Mr. Rook, could you just come?
Yeah.
Here, come up here. Come on over.
We won't bite.
Come round the line.
Well, one might. I'll hold it down.
So come down here, Hans. So Bitten 1A, the Bitten block in there, are they the Bitten blocks?
Hang on, mate, go. Here's your pump. That's the Napier City Council pump here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes all the way up.
Up here.
And about 100 metres past where this is Woolshed Road, where it cuts across, and that's Onehunga.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just above there, probably by about 100 metres.
So the Bitten block.
Oh, hang on, no, sorry, no, way up,
Is it in
100
there?
metres above there. Yeah, that's Wharipunga
Yeah.
Valley. Yep, that's it, yeah.
It ends there.
Just about
Excuse
100
me,
metres
it's,
up above it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering
Yeah,
how
about
best
100
you can
metres.
see.
Excuse me, it's Jerry Kessels here. Sorry to interrupt, but I can share my Google Maps screen if that helps.
Okay, if you would, that won't help, just to show everybody.
Yeah, a little bit further up, about that second little dot.
Yeah,
There, that's it, yep, that's
Okay.
on.
No, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll get it on
Jerry
screen.
Kessel's going to show it on screen, just to make sure we're all talking about the same area.
Oh, I think we know what we're talking about. So
Thank you.
But
I don't think we need to do it on the big screen. It's too complicated.
Okay, I'll stop sharing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just make a comment on the mapping there? This is a map kindly provided by Napier City Council a few years ago.
Yeah.
Right, the best aerial photographs we've seen. But the Bitten block's right up the top end.
And off the
It's
map.
at a good scale.
Yeah.
A colour photocopy of the top bit, Hans could put on the Bitten block boundaries there. Very simple. It's not a big exercise to actually clarify.
Okay. If you could, just to.
Yep.
I think you'll run out of aerial photo there showing it. From my judgment.
Pretty much right up to about here.
Up to there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
we
was
got
pretty
it.
careful in making that comment.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. The only other question I had, Pump Road 2, you said would be affected by the rezoning proposals or requests we're hearing tomorrow. Can you explain to me why? I can understand Pump Road 2 because it divides the two blocks of rezoning for that side of things, but the other side of the airport runway?
As I understand it, looking at the map prepared by Mana Hariri, Pump Road 1 is totally within.
Yep.
And it actually shows, when you look real carefully, there's a little triangular piece of lighter coloured.
Yep.
That's exactly the piece that was allocated to DOC
Right, yep.
back in 1987.
Okay.
So the planning exercise tomorrow is certainly will influence hopefully that piece.
Yep.
Just round the corner, and it's a bit hard to see here, but I've looked at it pretty carefully. Pump Road 2, wetland on the western side, will be impacted. So there'll be two sites impacted by whatever planning decision.
How will it be impacted? I'm just interested because it's not immediately adjacent to the, or immediately adjoining the other blocks. It's sort of a bit further away.
No, it's just across the road. It's about 6-7 metres. Pump Road 1, Pump Road 1, 7 metres across, you've actually got the main West Shore Lagoon Wildlife Refuge immediately across the road.
Okay.
But making a decision about those two blocks doesn't mean that those wetlands disappear. What it does is open up the opportunity for those wetlands to be filled in and the land used for commercial airport activities. So, just coming back to Bittern, the main breeding block is at the top, and it's mainly because there's good freshwater wetlands, there's little springs coming in. But Bittern move around, and they utilise a lot of these smaller wetlands. They're not good enough for Bittern to breed in, but some of them are still good enough to support eels. Gambusia or mosquito fish is a common food item for them, and mosquito fish can handle water at high temperature in summer. Yeah, not too high, but a lot higher than, say, trout in the freshwater. So certainly some of these wetlands, support a good population of food items for the likes of Bittern, which Bittern use. So, if the Pump Road 1 and the Pump Road 2 eastern section, it's highly likely if they're zoned for further airport use, essentially they're going to be reclaimed at some point. What other consents might be required, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the panel?
No. Yeah, I think that would be great to get that clarity around where the upper edge of that mapping, in your view, should lie.
Very upstream.
Yeah.
So if we could just ask Mr. Rook if you could cooperate with our officers and involve Mr. Kessels and just produce for us a large-scale aerial photograph that indicates pictorially what you showed me on the screen, that would be helpful.
Yep, good as gold.
Yep.
Okay.
Certainly the Pump Road 1 and Pump Road 2 eastern blocks, the staff might require some assistance in defining those as well.
And we have very good pictorial representations of those from the Department of Conservation, who we're going to hear from next. They provided a high-scale diagram showing where those areas
Did you? Okay.
Yep.
That's good.
Yep.
Good. Commissioner Kirikiri?
No, I don't have any questions, but thanks very much for a very instructive presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much for your effort and information. It's been helpful. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, our next submitter who are waiting patiently online is for Transpower. Now, I will recuse myself from hearing this particular submission, and Commissioner Van Voorthausen will take over the chairing. So I'll just for a little while.
Don't have to move if you don't. Yeah, so good afternoon. So Ms. Whitney and Mr. Hamilton, or Mr.
Yes.
Yes, sorry,
Yeah,
I
great.
didn't call up the screen. I couldn't see you on there. So thank you both very much for pre-circulating your written material. We've read that, so you don't need to read that out loud to us, but each of you are very welcome to speak to that pre-circulated material, highlight any key points for us that you wish to, and then we'll see if we have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll kick off if that's all right. Tēnā koutou and good afternoon. My name's Daniel Hamilton and I'm the Strategic Planning Lead at Transpower, and I'm supported today by our planning consultant, Ms. Pauline Whitney, who will be familiar to you from previous hearings.
Yeah.
We're here today to speak to our submission on the proposed Napier District Plans Eco Chapter variation on the topic of ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity. And I wanted to state at the outset that Transpower's position is not to challenge the intent of protecting biodiversity. It is simply to ensure the plan allows us to carry out our statutory duties to operate, maintain, upgrade and develop the national grid, which is a matter of national significance. Our core concern is unworkable conflicts. So the current drafting of the plan creates a direct and unworkable conflict with national direction. The National Policy Statement on Electricity Transmission, or NPSET, requires councils to recognise and provide for the national significance of the grid, as well as recognising and providing for its effective operation, maintenance and upgrading and development. The plan's default to an avoid policy and non-compliant activity status for some activities directly contradicts with those requirements. And I think it's worth mentioning that a non-compliant activity status would be inconsistent with the approach across all other plans in New Zealand in relation to Indigenous biodiversity or other Section 6 matters for that matter. The only non-compliant activity status the grid has ever been subject to are those that are set out in Regulation 13 of the National Environmental Standards for Electricity Transmission Activities, or NESETA, and those relate to electric and magnetic fields. The last thing I just wanted to highlight was, and I know you'll be aware of this, but the fact that the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity expressly excludes electricity transmission activities, so it's not appropriate for the Napier District Plan to apply rules based on a policy statement that doesn't apply to the national grid activities. So what's our solution? We're not requesting a free pass, we're seeking a sensible and legally coherent planning framework as it relates to the grid. And we're seeking amendments to the plan that will add an explicit statement to the Eco chapter recognising the precedence of the NPS-ET and in particular National Grid specific policy NUP6. We're also seeking amendments to ensure the plan is consistent with our statutory obligations under the electricity hazards from trees regulations, and we're seeking adoption of the specific rule amendments recommended in Ms Whitney's evidence to make the plan workable. And that includes an appropriate consenting framework which in particular recognises existing assets and the need to undertake vegetation works in relation to those. And we're confident that those changes will allow us to allow for both the protection of Indigenous biodiversity and the safe, reliable operation of New Zealand's electricity transmission infrastructure. And that's all I had to say on that. I'll hand over to Ms Whitney.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Hamilton. Well, we will hear from Ms Whitney next, and then we'll see if we have questions that you can answer collectively between you. Ms Whitney, just to reiterate, we've read your evidence and understand it, and we do appreciate your Appendix C, where you set out very clearly the changes that you're seeking on behalf of Transpower, but other than that, you're welcome to highlight key points for us.
Thank you panel. I'm just confirming you received my speaking notes I sent through late yesterday afternoon.
Yes.
Yes, great. Okay, I'll just briefly talk to those. And I think just the reason I thought it would be helpful to provide those prior is it just contains some responses to the evidence provided, in particular by the planner on behalf of the Director General of Conservation. So I just thought try to give some highlight to the panel, my thinking and my response on those policy raised. So I'll just briefly go through that, if that's agreeable. So obviously for the record, my name's Pauline Whitney and I'm a planner at Boffa-Miskell. So I appeared before the panel at hearing stream 3, and that was on evidence on hearings 2 and 3. We did a combined appearance at hearing stream 3. So I will not obviously go through my evidence, but just to summarise, I guess the main concerns with the Transpower submission and highlighted in my evidence was the broad application of the entire chapter to the national grid, and application then of void policies and non-compliant activity status. So I appreciate the reporting officer has recommended, as I understand, a wholesale carve-out for electricity transmission from the chapter. I'm not convinced as to the wording and whether it achieves the intent, but setting that aside, I probably don't support a wholesale carve-out. Instead, through my evidence of support, I recommended the national grid being subject to the Eco chapter in part. So I've recommended a clause that be provided at the front of the chapter saying that the grid-specific policy in NUP6 takes precedence, and then clearly outlining what rules in the Eco chapter apply to electricity transmission. So then, just then going on to page 2 of my speaking notes. So I've read the relevant in terms of where they reference electricity transmission, evidence and legal submissions from the Forest and Bird and the Department of Conservation, and believe the drafting I've recommended on my evidence addresses their concerns in that it A, provides a policy framework which considers Indigenous biodiversity, and in particular sieves and restoration areas, and then B, provides a rule framework for existing and new electricity transmission assets. The remainder of my speaking notes, I then just comment on the evidence of Mr Whitelock on behalf of the Director General of Conservation, in particular in relation to his evidence on policy NUP6. So as the panel will be aware, that policy was addressed at hearing stream 3, and I provided evidence to that hearing. So while that hearing, to my mind, is closed, appreciating that none of the plan hearings have officially closed. To assist the panel, I'll briefly comment on the evidence of Mr Whitelock and that policy. I'm just noting that I don't think we're too far apart on an agreed approach, so there's probably a lot of alignment in terms of our thinking and our evidence. So I'll only comment on those parts of Mr Whitelock's evidence shown as green text in his evidence, and where some text from the Section 42A Hearing 3 report and my evidence to Hearing 3 has not been carried through into the redrafting. So I've just provided this in writing to the panel, just I thought it might be useful to have prior to hearing today. So in terms of Clause B, this is NU P6, so it might be easier to have Mr Whitelock's evidence in front of you. The panel has that.
Yes, and what page should we turn to?
Turn to page 13.
Yep, okay.
Okay, so Clause B,
Yep.
Mr Whitelock suggested some rewording there. I'll just comment that that wording does not reflect the wording in Policy 6 of the NPSCT. Policy 6 does not refer to practicable, instead it uses the word appropriate and opportunity, as is used in the Section 42A report and my evidence for Hearing Stream 3. Just then moving to Clause D, on the same page, page 13.
Yep.
NPSCT Policy 8 refers to rural, so I support that word rather than all other areas. I agree with the reference to SIVs in the clause, which is halfway down, and that was outlined in my evidence as well. I note Mr Whitelock does not refer to restoration areas within that clause or his evidence. I'm comfortable they be inserted in that Clause D, or if not, I'm comfortable that they be included in Clause F. But I think they should be included somewhere within that policy framework. I also note Mr Whitelock in his drafting has removed the word "and where it is not practicable to avoid," to remedy or mitigate from the end of Clause D. That was in my evidence in that of the reporting officer for Hearing Stream 3. So I'm not sure if that removal was intentional, but just to confirm, I support its retention. Just moving into Clause EI, or E1, the list of matters A to F reflect Policy 11A of the NZCPS. Notwithstanding I don't support their inclusion, I would, if they are going to be included, I'd prefer a just cross-reference to Policy 11A as opposed to a long prescriptive list. So notwithstanding how they're listed, I do not support this inclusion and believe if such sites were so important they would have been identified. Appreciating this is a district plan, doesn't apply to the CMA where I accept the values can be difficult to identify. Clause E, moving to my page 3, Clause E2, I agree there's a potential gap in the wording, but support the following wording as outlined on my speaking notes. As I consider the wording of Mr Whitelock removes the significance aspect. So I've just provided some of my potential wording there in blue for the panel's consideration. And then just two more points, Clause E2 again. The list of matters A to G reflect Policy 11B of the NZCPS, and as provided in the Section 42 report and my evidence for Hearing 3, I would just prefer a cross-reference to Policy 11B as opposed to a long prescriptive list. And finally, Clause F of Mr Whitelock's evidence shows blue wording, which I assume is from Hearing Stream 3 evidence. I just note this does not reflect what I saw in my evidence, or specific notes, the words as far as practicable are not shown. So I just thought I'd outline those comments, but as I said, I don't think we're too far apart. So I have no specific comments on the legal submissions from Forest and Bird, noting they propose no specific drafting or wording. So thank you.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful. I'll just see if we have questions for you.
I'll wait until I hear all of yours.
I don't have any. Rao, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
All right. So thank you to both of you. So Ms Whitney, just turning to your speaking notes and the very last point you made, it's on your last page, page 4 of 4. And the wording you suggest, seeking to avoid significant adverse effects and otherwise remedy or mitigate significant adverse effects. does that work? You seek to avoid significant ones, and then you otherwise remedy or mitigate only significant adverse effects. Is that your intent, to only deal with significant and not worry about anything else?
Yes, that was the intent, because everything else is also captured by clause F, in my understanding.
So that's clause F in Mr Whitlock's statement.
Or it's the same numbering. Clause F in my evidence at hearing stream 3 had slightly different wording, yeah. I guess my concern, I mean, I'm happy to relook at that clause E2. I guess my concern was that they relate to, particularly that reference to 11B sites, as significant adverse effects, and I'm just concerned about widening that out to all effects.
All right.
Because the onus in NZCPS for those second tier, I'll call them 11B, is just really the significant adverse effects, not all adverse effects.
Okay, understood. So maybe if you do, just have another think about it, and if you haven't changed your mind, just let us know. And if you still,
Sure. Yeah.
and if you think you got the wording right, just confirm that as well. Now, at the start of the hearing, I expressed a view in terms of the officer's opening statement that I wasn't a fan of just parroting national policy statement provisions in lower order instruments, like Mr Whitlock has suggested, and his amendments, as you comment, they just duplicate what's in the NZCPS, his green wording, to E Romans 1 and 2. From a planning perspective, what's your view on parroting higher order instrument provisions in lower order instruments such as district plans?
Not needed. It's not needed, and prefer not to. I'm always prefer maybe a concise plan as well. And I know other examples I've had, particularly in relation to 11A and B, councils have been happy and adopted just direct cross references to 11A of the NZCPS and 11B, and not needed a scripted list. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that's the end of our questions. I'll just double check. Anything else?
Makes sense.
Well, Mr Hamilton and Ms Whitney, thanks very much for your assistance, and enjoy the rest of your day. And we look forward to Ms Whitney, you just confirming that last matter we addressed, or the second to last matter.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks for your time, and thanks for letting us attend by Zoom as well. It's much appreciated.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you.
So that brings us to lunchtime. Just a minute.
Yeah, that's right.
So we will reconvene at 1:30. Yeah, 1:30, Ro.
All right. Okay.
Yep. Enjoy lunch.
The hearing into the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity provisions of the proposed Napier City District Plan is resuming after a lunch break. Our first submitters for the afternoon are the Save the Dotterels. So who do we have from Save the Dotterels? Okay, would you like to take a seat at the table, please?
Thank you.
And we have your presentation in front of us and on the screen as well, maybe? Yep.
Do I wave when I...
You can wave away, yep. And points as well.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Lynn Anderson. I coordinate the Napier zones of Save the Dotterels Hawke's Bay. Our principal concern is the protection of Napier's shingle beaches, which are valuable habitats in their own right, harbouring various Indigenous species of both flora and fauna and encompass extensive biodiversity. And the next one. Some species live on the beaches, some species visit and rest there, and other species go there to breed. However, the way our beaches are treated in Napier, sorry, one back if you would. The way our beaches are treated in Napier is heartbreaking to say the least, especially with frequent fires and vehicles on beaches. There are also a lot of exotic weeds spreading on our beaches. We requested 3 amendments to mapping, that is for certain areas to be further protected and moved to a higher tier, is SIVH. 2 of these areas encompass shingle beaches, the main area being the full length of Marine Parade right down to the buildings opposite Ravensdown, about 5.5 kilometres. The second being a smaller area just south of the West Shore Surf Club. The third area was at the estuary, which I won't be commenting on today as others have done so previously. I see from the 42A report requests technical evidence, and I'd like to give 4 areas of evidence to back these requests. I just first say the banded dotterel is an endemic breeder to New Zealand, and its threat status is at risk declining. The first piece of evidence, we have a seasonal report which I can share to whoever would like to see it. Each season, we compile such a report for all 10 zones monitored. This report includes the recordings of observations over the 6 months or so when the dotterels are monitored. Example, total number of nests that hatched, estimated number of fledglings, etc. It's a full document. The second piece of evidence, last season we GPS'd...
It's all right, ignore it.
I wasn't expecting to have such a reaction.
It woke everyone up. So.
The second piece of evidence, last season we GPS'd every known nest and will be continuing to do so in subsequent seasons. This was over a 6-month period, and many of those nests would have been second or even third time around nests from the same pair of birds. The birds will lay again if they lose a nest or chicks. The success rate of nests, that is the percentage of fledglings, was very low. And this just shows, at the top is the Bayview West Shore area we've been monitoring for 4 seasons now. That has now been afforded a higher tier, which we're very grateful. Thank you very much. So we are now requesting what we call the Surf Club zone just north of the West Shore Surf Club, and the total area from Marine Parade right down the full length of Awatoto Beach. Last season was the first season we monitored that area, and we found the birds, they're certainly nesting there and not doing well at all. I'll just go through these next slides fairly quickly because it just demonstrates the GPS of our nests. On the far right is from the aquarium right down Awatoto Beach. That is the area just north of the surf club with the surf club zone. On the right, you can see the aquarium in the middle of that diagram. They were the nests in that area. Of all those nests, just one hatched. Next one. That's the pump track car park on the left there. It shows very few of those nests hatched. It's high disturbance area. Next one. The car park, the middle car park along Aotearoa Beach is right at the top of the right-hand slide. That's the car park they used for the roadworks when that was happening. And as I say, a lot of these nests are second, third time round. Next one. And the next one. And that is right at the very end of Aotearoa Beach. There's where the buildings start at the opposite Ravensdown. So it was the area about 5.5 kilometres north we were requesting of there. The third piece of evidence, the Hawke's Bay banded dotterels are now part of a 5 to 10 year international research study being conducted by the Max Planck Institute in Germany and in conjunction with the Department of Conservation New Zealand. Over 40 Hawke's Bay birds have been banded with leg bands for individual identification. Also included in the study is DNA testing, feather sampling for isotope testing, the taking of weight and measurements, etc. It's quite a comprehensive study. This is a significant undertaking for Napier, and so the protection of the bird's habitat becomes that much more critical. And this gentleman is Luke, who's leading the study from Max Planck Institute, and a Department of Conservation worker you'll see is holding a bird there, and they are banding that bird on the beach. That was last season. That is the bird getting its bands on, and you'll see a nice male dotterel banded up there, banded, and the Marine Parade in the background. And there's a female on the right and a chick on the left. Oh no, just back one, thanks. So all this evidence on the birds is well documented and recorded. The fourth piece of evidence is the presence of the northern spotted skink at Aotearoa Beach. I cannot comment further on that as I am not involved with the project, but I do know there is a committee, the Skink Squad so-called, who have been meeting for some years now in order to protect this rare endemic skink. And the next one. Rising sea levels, this is another reason why our beaches need further protection, playing their role with climate change resilience. As I touched on before, Napier's beaches seem to have little protection and are plagued with frequent fires and vehicles. We do not expect to restrict public access to any of these areas, but restriction of vehicle access would be welcomed. Some fire evidence. We had the vehicles do another one. If the shingle beaches are left unmapped, they could be open to quarrying or mining. Quarrying would be of particular concern as the shingle may be viewed as easily accessible. Unmapped shingle beaches in the future may also be open for use as storage areas, boat sheds, or various other unsuitable structures. And I'd just like to make a comment on unmapped areas. There is much of Napier's coasts that our group does not monitor and has not been surveyed. This may also apply to some riverbeds. It is not to be assumed that these areas are not also valuable habitats harbouring extensive biodiversity. We also requested that before any significant development takes place in unmapped areas, that a full environmental analysis is completed. Fundamentally, nobody knows what rare and threatened flora and fauna may be present in an unmapped area. And we just feel that Napier's beaches are an area that's often forgotten or just considered a wasteland. And I would like to thank Napier City Council for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Anderson. Any questions from the panel? Commissioner Van Volthuizen?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. The areas of concern on the beaches, are they all above the mean high water springs mark?
Yes, they, yeah.
And I take it from your presentation, you're not, or you correct me if I'm wrong, you're not overly concerned about pedestrian foot traffic, it's vehicles on the beach is your main concern?
Vehicles and fires and predators. We see it as a long educational process with the general public. A lot getting on board and are really interested in the birds and come up and ask us how they're doing. So we just ask people to walk below the high tide line during the nesting season or up on the grass. And yes, if any disturbance is going to get them off the nest, whether it's people or dogs, yeah.
I noticed some places around the countryside, including I think here in Napier along West Shore, some of the dotterel breeding areas, nesting areas, they're fenced off with 1 or 2 wire fences. Is that what you would envisage happening here as well?
Yes, we're very lucky to have down at the West Shore Bay View area as a post and wire fence. It's about 300 metres long, which has been wonderful to have. We do cordon the nests temporarily with 30 metres of rope and 10 stakes to each nest. Put that with signs to say what it's about, and I think a lot of the public have now got used to that and know what they're about.
And so would you look to do similar kind of fencing and roping off along the Marine Parade area?
Maybe not Marine Parade, but we do have in mind to maybe do some more temporarily roped areas just during the nesting season and maybe down the far end of Awatoto Beach or just south of the aquarium, which could maybe be incorporated with an educational program.
Okay. Thanks, Robert. That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Brosnan?
Yeah, no, thank you. I understand them. We're
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Kirikiri?
I have no questions, thanks.
Yeah, just to follow up on Commissioner Van Volthuizen's question. I mean, you say in your statement that it's the land use that you're seeking to manage rather than preventing access, which seems to be a large degree of the problem, looking at those photographs and things and recent media reports about cows on the beach. So the land uses you're concerned about are primarily sort of using them for gravel excavation, storage, bulk storage and things like
Well,
that?
there's that side of it. There's all the things that could happen in the future to a coastline. That yes, as it is now, Napier mostly has a fairly natural coastline, but it's not so in a lot of other areas in the world.
And for my interest, do dotterels prefer to nest in amongst where there's debris, you know?
No, they prefer a clear 360. So they like clear open spaces preferably. So some of the weeds are becoming a bit of a problem.
Right.
But they like to be, they've only ever had to protect themselves against aerial predators. So that's why they're so well camouflaged and the eggs are well camouflaged and the chicks.
And the lack of breeding in the last season, do you think that's mainly due to people movement and cars and things, you know?
A lot of it was predators. We had a rat problem that was multifaceted, really. Some was disturbance, some was fires. We lost nests to vehicles. It was a bit of everything, yeah.
Right, okay, right, thank you. No further questions? No, thank you very much for your presentation and for your statement. Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
helpful. Our next submitter is the Department of Conservation, if they would like to join us at the table. Commissioner Brosnan will have to leave very shortly, so don't take umbrage. There's some urgent business to do, and she will be watching the recordings of the live stream afterwards, and she's read all the evidence and things. So,
My apologies in advance.
yeah. And Mr. Whitelock, we got emailed a sort of updated statement from you, and that's what we will follow, if you like. Right, we're in your hands. So welcome.
Kia ora,
Kia ora.
koutou. Well, Catherine Anton Takuingawa. I wonder, just checking that you can hear me in the room.
We can indeed, yep. Crystal clear.
Thank you. I'm a solicitor with the Department of Conservation and here today with Mr. Ronan Whitelock and Ms. Denise Fastio. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I understand that the papers we've documented are taken as read.
Yes.
At the outset, if it is okay with the panel, I will go through some of the high points in the legal submissions and then hand over to Ms. Fastier and then Mr. Whitelock to follow up.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you. Just at paragraph 1 of my legal submissions, I just want to emphasise the high degree of support the Director-General has for the notified plan, also the changes recommended by the reporting officers. The case today is really about some improvements, additions and clarifications. And if I can move to paragraph 4, the statutory framework, it's a pleasure really to entirely agree with the analysis of the statutory framework set out by the council officers, particularly in these times of changing legal framework, I suppose it is fair to say, and changing national direction. So I set out some of that there and just want to emphasise the paragraph which says the Amendment Act that disapplies the MPSIB for a period of time doesn't alter the statutory obligations of councils under the RMA, especially in relation to Section 6C, and commend the approach that the council's taking really in progressing that. I move to paragraph 5 of my legal submissions, and I would like to bring the panel's attention to the document tabled, which was called clarification of the department's, clarification of the extent of mapping sought in the Director-General's submission. Is that available to the panel?
I have copies here.
Yes, if you could distribute them, that would probably be easiest. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
So the background for providing this is, to be frank, as DOC has developed its case, it has been refining and better understanding the nature of the mapping process that the council's undertaken. And it's probably fair to say that the Director-General's submission was quite broad in what it saw as additional areas. It could have been interpreted as relating to mapping all areas within the Ahuriri Conservation Area, and the reporting officer rightly said that the mapping isn't really to be focused on property boundaries, it's to be focused on values. And as a result of that, we have done some refinement, and this is just here for clarification as to what the Director-General's progressing today. You can see on the first map, the areas in red are really what we are seeking, or what we are bringing additional evidence in relation to those sites there. I think what's also important is the areas in green on the first map, that's Site 3, Southern Salt Marsh 1, and on the second map, Site 5, Boyd Road Conservation Area, we are not seeking any extension of mapping in those areas. The CIV mapping captures part of the Ahuriri Conservation Area in those areas, but it's the wetland parts, and our advice is that, our evidence is, I guess, that we're satisfied with that extent.
Thank you.
So I have a few notes in my legal submissions about the status of that land, which I understand has already been discussed with other submitters. So 2 sites there, Site 1, Pump Road 1, and Site 4, Southern Marsh 2, are public conservation land. They are part of the Ahuriri Conservation Area. In my legal submissions, I've just set out what the MPSIB says about the interaction between assessments of significance and public conservation land. It is there really as guidance because it doesn't strictly legally apply at the moment, but I think it's good practice just to note that in some cases, consultation with the department and assessment against the criteria is adequate to assess an area as significant if it were progressing under the MPSIB, which obviously this isn't. The next part of my legal submissions, beginning at paragraph 11, is about redress land in the MPSIB. So in today's case, that's about Site 2, Pump Road 2, which we understand is not yet, but will be redress land. In my view, the reporting officer has it right when saying that the tenure of land isn't relevant to assessing the values. However, the tenure of land is relevant to assessing the management of the site. To that extent, Ms. Fastia in her evidence offers some additional information in relation to that Pump Road 2 site, but we do understand that the panel has a lot of information to assimilate in relation to that site because of the nature of the land and because of the rezoning hearing that is happening tomorrow, which the Director General is not party to. Turning to paragraph 19 of my legal submissions, this is around, these last two paragraphs are around appropriately providing for electricity transmission and renewable energy generation. We did listen to Ms. Whitney earlier, and it's good that DOC and Transpower are not too far apart. And we certainly appreciate Transpower saying complete disapplication of the eco chapter is not the best way forward. Instead, a more nuanced policy approach for the National Grid is required. There is a lot of detail floating around before the panel now in relation to exactly what that nuanced policy approach should be, as between Ms. Whitney and Mr. Whitelock, and certainly we encourage some further conferencing and collaboration in order to land that. In relation to renewable energy, the Director General has no submission or evidence specifically relating to renewable energy generation within the eco chapter variation. At the time, the eco chapter was applying to renewable energy generation, but because of their recommendation to not apply it, we find ourselves a little bit caught short in relation to an appropriate policy framework for the interaction between Indigenous biodiversity and renewable energy generation. We would note that the Director General did make a submission on the REG chapter, but didn't turn up at the hearing because of satisfaction as to how the policy was progressing in the REG chapter when read together with the eco chapter. So whilst we have no evidence today, as we do, for example, for the National Grid in relation to a more nuanced REG policy, my legal view is that there is scope for the panel to have a more nuanced REG policy if it's so minded to, and we'd certainly offer to assist in developing that. That brings my legal submissions to a close. If the panel is minded to ask questions, I'm happy to take them now, or otherwise, if they want to deal with them at the end, I will pass to Mr. Whitelock. Oh, sorry, Ms. Fastia.
Yep.
Commissioner Van Holthausen has a question.
I think just in terms of Pump Road 2, Site 2, can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah. Has the Department of Conservation consulted with Mana Ahuriri Trust regarding Pump Road 2 site and its status?
And its status. So there has been some engagement between the Department of Conservation and Mana Ahuriri in relation to the rezoning. I am unclear, though, of the details of that.
All right, well, maybe Ms. Fastia can address that, whether or not there's been consultation with Mana Ahuriri Trust specifically about Site 2, Pump Road 2. Otherwise, no further questions. Thank you.
No questions? Well, I think we'll hear the evidence in the round and then come back to questions if you like.
Thank you.
Ms. Fastia.
Kia ora, ko Denise Fastia, Taka o Inua. I'm Denise Fastia, and I have a presentation, I hope.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We can hear you, yes.
Is my presentation going to be?
Not yet. Surely will be. No, not that one.
It's not that. It's a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, I think you did have it.
Yep.
Is that that's the map thing that you're looking for?
No, there's a PowerPoint
presentation. Yeah.
The long presentation.
I think it was submitted on the 12th of August. And sort of had a catalogue of attachments in it, including, yeah, that's the one there, yeah.
Yeah.
That Commissioner's got there, yeah.
No. We may have to box on without it on the screen until it's found. Well, both Commissioner Van Voorthuysen and I presume Commissioner Kirikiri have it in front of them, in front of us. So
Can we not put it?
we're still trying to find it.
Just email.
Okay, give us a minute. We'll catch up.
In the meantime, I'll take my experience as read.
Yes, we have read your statement, so thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, were you waiting for me?
No, we're just
we're
waiting for IT to catch up with us, so we're waiting for a presentation to come on screen.
Oh, okay.
So as soon as you see it, you'll know.
I missed your last comment, and I wasn't quite sure.
That's right.
Yay.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. At page 4, paragraph 20, I discuss the historical losses of habitat in the Ahuriri Estuary. And while this isn't the most beautiful representation of what that looks like, it's a very clear indication of how much has been lost, the extent of the loss. But I think it also gives some credence to the taking the whole of the estuary as a single unit,
Out of interest, do you know how much land was lost because of the earthquake, and how much the estuary, I should say, and how much was lost because of man-made changes to it?
I'll reference a 1986 geological and geography report by a guy Hull, and he said 1,300 hectares was lost in the earthquake and 1,700 was reclaimed.
Oh, right, so sort of, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but there's various historical extents of, there isn't a single answer of how big the estuary was. There's kind of roughly between 3,000 and 4,000, depending on who you read.
There was no topo maps in those days. No.
Well, water's a bit of a slippery customer as well, isn't it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I just put this here for context because I will be referring to the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, which has as a criteria to demonstrate ecological representation in terms of the ecological district. So this is the Heritonga Ecological District and the Napier City Council boundary in relation to that. And the next slide is the areas of mapping that I will be talking specifically to, highlighted so you can see what I'm talking about, which might have been useful a bit earlier for some of the other presenters. And what I'm proposing is all of these areas should be included in the CIV based on meeting multiple criteria in the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. So if we go to the first slide, which is Pump Road 1, the photo there demonstrates the Indigenous vegetation, remnant vegetation from previous extent. On page 10, I set out the values from this photo at site Pump Road 1, which has had, and on eBird there's 40 species have been recorded here, and there has also been records of Australasian bittern. I'm probably going to use the bittern as a indicator species because it's of all the mobile species and threatened species, and they've been recorded in the estuary. It's the most vulnerable, most highly threatened, it's highly mobile, and it's most cryptic, so it's hard to record. The next slide is Pump Road 2, which we've just been talking about, also showing the Indigenous vegetation. So the top photo is the eastern extent, which has had numerous recordings of bittern flying between there and the Southern Marsh. And this other one holds quite a lot of pied stilts and species like that. The next slide is Site 3, Southern Marsh 1, which on page 12, I discussed the values that are, biodiversity values that are held there. But I note that this is already part of the CIV in the proposed plan. I just would like to point out here the proximity to Pump Road 2, which is Hans Rook has seen bittern repeatedly flying between this site and the previous one, Pump Road 2, for feeding. So you can see on the map, on the satellite imagery, how close those are. So it's just quite a short jump between those sites for feeding. There's been 76 species have been recorded in Southern Marsh on eBird. On the next slide on page 13, I discuss the values and have a photo of the Site 4 of the Southern Marsh 2, there have been less records of birds here, but I do have a slide further on which indicates bittern have been recorded here as well. It's a relatively small wetland, similar in similar species of vegetation and similar water to other areas like that. They're all reasonably similar, and you'd expect the same suite of mobile species and threatened species to be using these. This here we've called Boyd Road. So on page 13, paragraph 56, I've discussed the Boyd Road wetland, and note also that this has been already mapped as part of the CIV in the proposed plan. There's also been bittern cited here, and there's a little bit of freshwater influence probably here because there's a little patch of raupo in one of those photos, the top one, I think. So the next slide, I just reiterate that I believe that all of those areas should be viewed as part of the Ahuriri estuary as a whole and not looked at individually, even though individually they all have met the criteria for a site of Indigenous vegetation and habitat, is according to Appendix 1 of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. And now I was just going to touch briefly on the threat classification. So we've talked about bittern on page 7, paragraph 35, being nationally critical, and just wanted to illustrate what that really means. So on the right, you can see the threat classification as it is at the moment, which gets re-looked at every 10 years. As is mentioned before, the black one at the top is extinction, and bittern's nationally critical, which is a one step down from being extinct and is facing what they would call an imminent risk of extinction without protection. And I've got some of the other species that I mentioned in the thing in their threat classification on the left. And the next photo has been taken from a Department of Conservation bittern database that got put together over 2 years from 2009 to 2011. Just demonstrates the number of bittern sightings. These are just bittern sightings that have been recorded, which you can see I've blown up the areas that we've been talking about. It's a bit of been recorded in all of the areas we've been talking about. And the next slide is the same thing that's been taken off eBird. And I guess the point here is to see that eBird can't be taken, especially for cryptic species, as a record of where birds are or how many birds are using particular areas. And the next photo slide is just a demonstration of how cryptic the species are. Very hard to see. Most of the records are probably records of people hearing them rather than seeing them. Like you do see them every now and then, but it's a pretty rare thing. So any records probably should be taken with a bit more weight than a less cryptic species. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. No, I think we'll hear from Mr Whitelock and then perhaps
Yep.
into questions if you don't mind. Yep, so,
Cool, can everyone hear me okay?
I think so, yes.
All good?
Yes.
Sweet. Well, kia ora everyone, my name's Ron Whitelock. I'm a resource management planner from the Department of Conservation. I can confirm I've read the Code of Conduct and I'm here to impartially assist the panel on planning matters. Before we get anywhere else, I just want to note some corrections I'd like to make to my evidence, which I've set out in my summary of evidence, and that includes on page 12 of my evidence, footnote 20, I'm referring to page 7 to 8 of Appendix 1 of the Section 42A report, Network Utilities Reply Report from Hearing Stream 3. Within that report, it sort of was quite confusing when I look back at it. Pages 7 and 8 says something else, but in the appendix it has the page numbers restart. So in appendix 1 of that report, I'm referring to page 7 and 8, not page 7 and 8 of the actual main report. So just to clarify that. In paragraph 27 of my evidence, I'm referring to Council Section 32 report, not Section 32A report. That was a typographical omission on my side of things. In paragraph 46, it is my opinion that the policy NUP 6 needs some additions to adequately recognise for all policy 11 of the NZCPS and not just part A of policy 11 as I note in my evidence. I've read other parties' evidence for the Ecosystems and Indigenous Biodiversity chapter. In relation to forest and birds evidence, I agree with Mr Williams at paragraph 34 of his EIC, where he recommends amendments to policy Eco P3, which provides the inclusion of clause F of the effects management hierarchy as set out in the MPSIB. Before I go further on, just like to ask the panel if you'd like me to provide a full summary of my evidence, or if you just want to go straight to questions. Happy to do either or.
I've read it.
Yeah, I've read it too. So, no, so that's the key points you want to make?
Yeah.
The corrected, amended version of the, I just had it in front of me now. Yeah, the further amendments to policy 4.
Eco P4 and NUP 6.
Yeah. Eco P4, yeah. So could you just quickly address if you're recommending some additions to and some deletions of?
Yeah, it's more just because I was listening this morning to the Commissioner's comments on the Policy 11 and sort of parroting the policy at a district level. So I sort of, was thinking this morning, okay, we could potentially simplify it more so it's concise and more clear for plan users. So sort of in my initial evidence, my amendments to those sort of outlined all of Policy 11, A and B, of the NZCPS, just to provide clarity. Because I guess it comes back to the hierarchy of planning documents, and the Hawke's Bay Regional Policy Statement was made in 2006, which sort of predates the NZCPS, which was 2010. So there's not much guidance from the RPS to sort of implementing protection of Indigenous biodiversity in the coastal environment. So then therefore just went straight to Policy 11 and then just outlined it for clarity. But yeah, happy to work on that more. And in those amendments, we just simplified it because I guess some of the criteria in parts A and B are already covered within the SIVHs. So we just provided for, sorry, I'll just pull it up. I have it so I can reference it. So in my further amendments, which is the orange text, it would read, to require subdivision use and development to avoid adverse effects on Indigenous taxa that are listed as threatened or at risk in the New Zealand Threat Classification List, taxa that are listed by the International Union or Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources as threatened, and following significant Indigenous vegetation or habitats.
You think the changes you've added in would cover the ones you recommend to delete?
Yeah, because I believe they potentially are covered within the SIVH areas.
Okay.
And then that follows through Part B, just covers those areas not outlined in Part A to be covered in Part B, in terms of managing effects. If that provides clarity, so that then follows through into NUP 6, just for consistency.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr Whitelock?
Yes, just looking at your paragraph 42 of your primary evidence.
Yep.
And just a question about the title, Protect Indigenous Biodiversity Within Coastal Environments. Do you think that should say within the coastal environment, which is a defined and delineated area, rather than coastal environments generally?
Sorry, paragraph 42.
Yeah.
Let me just get it up. Sorry, I've got so much paper in front of me. To ensure, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so the heading is Protect Indigenous Biodiversity Within Coastal Environments, but
Yeah.
the coastal environment is a statutorily
Yeah.
defined
No, I agree.
area.
Yeah.
You think it should refer to that?
Yeah, I think, coastal environment would be the more appropriate wording for that.
Okay. And I think verbally you suggested you could, a trimming down of your amendments in green. Can you just provide a written copy of that for us?
Of?
What we're looking at now, paragraph 42.
Yeah.
I understood that you were suggesting a trimming down of those green text changes, is that right?
Yeah, which is provided in my further amendment supplementary evidence that was provided, I think, late this morning. Yeah. But sort of prior to, during the drafting of evidence, as I know my evidence, Miss Whitney and myself sort of discussed at a high level sort of the national grid management side of things with the adverse effects in the coastal environment. And we sort of, came to the agreeance and sort of the same page that while, yes, the national grid's excluded in the eco chapter, NUP 6 can be amended to sort of integrate the National Policy Statement for Electricity Transmission as well as the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement to blend, to be integrated. So that's sort of how NUP 6 sort of follows.
Okay, look, so I've just having trouble following your documents. So I've got your primary evidence, I've got your speaking notes, and is there something else as well?
Yeah, supplementary evidence which was submitted earlier today, sort of about, I'm not sure exactly what time, but I know it's on the Hearing Stream 8 webpage.
11:45?
I do have copies of it as well, actually, sorry, I can provide you.
Oh, yeah, okay, hang on a minute, I found it.
Oh, you found it? Yeah. I'm happy to provide copies if needed.
No, that's all right, you've done what I was asking you to do, I just hadn't picked up that document.
You're all good, no worries.
Yeah, we've been bombarded by emails this morning.
I appreciate that, that's all good.
All right, and Ms. Fastia, I've just got a couple of questions for you while I've got the microphone. In relation to the Pump Road 2 site,
Yes.
has Doc or yourself consulted directly with Mana Ahuriri Trust about that site?
I don't believe we have. I think we talked about Pump Road 1.
Yeah.
But we'll be happy to do that.
And what about the Hawke's Bay Airport Limited? Have you consulted with them about Pump Road 2? No. Can we bring up on screen Doc's 3-page document, Nicola, this one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
So looking at Pump Road 2,
yes,
you can see how it's bisected by what appears to be a gravel road.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm interested in is the respective ecological value from your perspective of the area to the left of the gravel road compared to the area to the right of the gravel road.
I think the area to the right has a higher ecological value. That's the one that the Bittern have been seen in. It's got the sea rush, and the one to the left is still high, but less.
So the
less
one to the
value.
right's got higher ecological value in your view? Is that the full extent of that area to the right, even the really little skinny bit that tapers off?
It's hard to say because that area is not very well surveyed because it's on private land, obviously. So the rushes do go all that way down there, so it's likely that Bittern will be using all of that.
Okay.
And they could actually be using the other part as well.
Yeah. And I'm particularly interested in the site to the right-hand side of the gravel road because that's the one that's potentially affected by development proposals. So I was just interested in your view on that.
Yes, so I'm not aware of that.
Development proposals in the near term. All right. So you've been to the site, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. How hard would it be, do you think, to verify that that is the actual precise boundary of that area to the right of the gravel road, or are you confident that is pretty accurate?
I think that would be pretty accurate if you look at the photo that I put in. It's got I've got a photo of that taken from around here.
Yeah.
On the back there,
Okay.
I could, I'm pretty aware that Mr. Rook over there is pretty more familiar with that area than I am.
Right, no, that's good. Okay, no, that's all I wanted to ask you. Thank you very much.
No, it's covered the question I was going to have around that site, because it's one of those, unfortunately, sort of overlap of hearings, because
Yeah.
as Commissioner Van Voorthausen says, tomorrow we'll be hearing evidence relating to the very right-hand side of that red area. So thank you. Any questions from Commissioner Kirikiri?
No, I don't have anything.
No. Okay, thank you very much for your evidence and information. That was helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Mr. Snow. Mr. Snow, you haven't pre-circulated any additional information, but we've got your submission in front of us.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm a private citizen of the city, and just to introduce my rationale and thought process. When I was notified formally by the council through the mail drop, I believe, I had a look at what was proposed and obviously had a few concerns. I was not aware as a private citizen that a national policy statement is in effect an act of parliament and that it had already been passed. So I was concerned that the council had not acted on behalf of the ratepayers to ask the questions that were necessary through the draft national policy statement review, and I asked for some information from the Ministry for the Environment about that. I was concerned that there were no questions about the cost imposition for the. Sorry, my thoughts are a little bit jumbled on this. This is my first time I've done a submission like this. If I understood what's proposed correctly, the areas of significance would be identified and landowners would be consulted, and with a protection to meet the aims of the Indigenous biodiversity requirements. So my concerns are that not enough information was sent back to the Ministry about cost implications for consenting, and I also noted that the Forum of Chief Executives and Financial Officers, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that they were concerned about the staff costs for managing this new line of work. So from a citizen's perspective, it was more about about this additional cost if you've got this land which is identified. So my thoughts were that rather than compelling people to do this, it could be a more collaborative approach, and that the national policy statement does set out fairly rigorously what's required, and council is merely responding to that. And I think that that where possible, the council should try and water down those provisions as much as possible so that a more collaborative approach can be undertaken. I also had concerns that groups were highlighted as requiring more assistance to deal with this. I believe that that any groups that are identified should be erased, and that assistance should be provided to everybody, irrespective of their ethnicity, and that realistically the whole approach, that it seems to me that there was very limited opportunity for the general public to submit on the draft national policy statement, at least not through normal channels. People like me never found out about it until it was a done deal. Would it have made any difference? Possibly not, but you guys are in the position where you are being consulted on it, and there was no, I never heard about it. That's just me, you know. Do people like me really get notified or not find out about these things? Only if you take an interest, and it's been quite educational. I did submit specifically on certain aspects, and I'm open to further any questions you may have for me on those. But it's more a I need you to be aware of my concerns about the way these types of policy statements and these plan changes are implemented.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking at your submission here. Just in terms of the MPS Indigenous biodiversity, that's had somewhat tortured history. There's been various versions of it for, I don't know, 10 years or so, and that have gone out for consultation at one point or another. Having said that, I don't know what changes, I can't remember what changes were made to it just before it became came into effect a few years ago. But it has had a long breeding period.
The intent, I believe I summed up that the intent is good, that the implementation will be difficult, and I think that the way it's being approached is more combative rather than collaborative, and I believe that there are other avenues that can be explored. For example, just a plain old covenant. If somebody has an area that's been identified, you can open a dialogue and lodge a covenant. You don't have to have a consent process, which takes planners' time, which takes citizens' time, and you have to have that dialogue anyway, except you don't have a consent process with its formal timeframes and information requirements.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the panel?
No questions, thank you.
No questions? Commissioner Kirikiri?
I have nothing.
No? Okay. No, well done for your first time, the hearing. It's very clear, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Trubridge? Mr. Trubridge? Ooh. Okay, maybe you're just running a bit, we're running ahead of time, so maybe getting it fine.
So to the officers, just while we're waiting, the Transpower Pauline Whitney, she's provided an answer to the question that I addressed. Can you just, as a matter of courtesy, provide that to Mr. Whitlock from DOC? Because she, in her statement, she's saying she agrees with his rewording, so it'd be nice if he knows that. Just forward that on to him. Yeah. Or Mr. Whitelock as well.
I think so. Kia ora koutou. We will reconvene the hearing for hearing stream 8 for a minute in order to conclude it, as our final submitter hasn't appeared, and he was our final person for the day. So on that, we will finish the hearing for the day. Tomorrow we will resume to hear submissions on hearing stream 6A, which is a number of major rezonings in the city. And we have one more final wrap-up hearing in early September, I do believe. So thank you everyone for participating today. It's been most helpful. So thank you all tonight.